the Kate Lulu scaling. There's no real hard tank to put up with the Kate crit, so I think if... I'm sorry.
Oh, and Blitzcrank's going to steal the blue buff? Oh, no. But he was close.
I think Laser King can carry this game with crits, and there could be a chance of the comp of Miami falling off. I'm looking for ways back into the game for York University. I think scaling is one of them. I think Lulu and Galio are stronger team
Oh,
fights.
here comes the Crow Storm onto Caitlyn. AD carried by herself.
Well, not anymore.
Oh, and the polymorph onto the Lucent here. Gonna deny some aggression. Blitzcrank going for a blind hook, hoping to find a target, but unable to find anything.
And Miami is actually going for kills instead of Herald here. They don't even care about Herald. Just gonna let it fade away and get eaten by Baron.
They're just padding their stats. Here comes the Galio taunt, looking for an engage. Finds Mayama Big D. Blitzcrank hook finds Luigi Match, pulls him back into the team, but he's just so tanky. Oh, but here's Chicken Delivery. While the rest of his team is still under tier 2 turret mid, he is all the way out here in no man's land.
Face check.
Oh, face check from Flare Pie forces the Galio ultimate to keep him safe.
Big D has Crow Storm.
He does.
And he didn't instantly use it. I don't know what happened to his R button, if it's broken or something, but I would have expected him to use it by now.
I know, right? He's a Karthus player. I feel like his R button is his most important button.
Right. Oh, they are looking. It won't be long before he Crow Storms nothing, I'm pretty sure.
It'll happen at some point.
This is the most Chinese-looking game I've seen from Miami University. And the Chinese League of Legends is... Oh, man.
And here comes another ultimate. Oh, man.
Yep, they're just choking Vision out and using Fiddle to get over it. Each and every wall, just diving everyone. My point was going to be about pacing and how Miami is playing such a fast pace this game. It kind of looks like a fiesta, but they know they just outplay. They win most situations. Troy, look at the Merc Treads. He's charmed for a half second, Polymorph for a quarter of a second. He might have Resolve Runes. He could have Unflinching. Is that the right rune?
Unflinching with Legend Tenacity, with Merc Treads. It's probably around 70% Tenacity.
Right, so that Charm doesn't last, the Polymorph doesn't last, and that set is just a beef tank. Pretty hard to stop with that double AP.
Especially since he's not even building that much MR. He just has Merc Treads. He just has a Spectra's Cowl. But most of his items are armor items.
Right. He will be the hardest target for Caitlyn to kill. And Fiddlesticks just one-shots Kate. It's really hard. I don't think you can even polymorph the Fiddle fast enough to save your Kate at this point.
No, you'd have to have QSS for yourself or Mikhail's to block the fear before you can cast your polymorph. Because if you're next to Caitlyn when he Crow Storms in, you're going to get feared too.
And then you're both dead.
And then you're both dead. Precisely. Oh, and look at Galio. They're looking to dive him up there in the top lane. Let me see. Yep, here comes the teleport from Chicken Delivery to defer this dive.
You're TPing top, but Drake's up in 40. So there's your macro loss, I think.
Not to mention Queen can just pop ult and just run down there.
Fiddle is setting up Drake. It's a 2-3 split. 2 members top here, Lucent and Troy.
And here we look at this. Mayama Big D is looking for the Crow Storm, going mid lane. He gets the fear, he flashes forward. Flare Pie is going to get feared. Here comes the showstopper from Troy 1. He's deep in the backline, but look at Lucent. He's in the back, looking for a secure kill onto Flare Pie. He gets the kill. Troy 1 is able to take down the Evelyn. And Luigi Match trying to run for his life as well. But here's Renekton on the side. Pops the dominance. He's going deep. He looks for Samira. He gets the flash stun. She's CC'd for so long, but the Samira ultimate coming through. She's life-stealing so much. Killing spree going over to Troy 1. And here comes IPN. He's going to use the combos, and he's going in deep.
IBN slashing, dashing, and slashing the York University comp on this Samira, making it look like he's gotten his practice in. And I'm watching Set just soak this CC like it is absolutely nothing. This tenacious Troy here, just soaking everything, making it so easy. You saw Quinn flanking into like a 1v3. It's usually not the best Quinn look, by the way, but it works here. And the Fiddle Crow Storm was kind of troll. He didn't get the fear because he wasn't coming out of proper Fog of War and had to flash to even get the damage on them. Silences them in Zanya, so not the most proper Fiddle ultimate, but Drake going down to blue team, so that's BARs. They'll go ahead and take the fight. Easy focus on Changyun right away, who doesn't have flash, so will go down. The dagger, maybe?
Yes, the dagger.
That's what they use in NBA. As we see a full-on engage from Jin, who almost takes out Elements, and
Shen's gonna pop the W, drive dodge auto attacks, but it looks like Gin might look for a dive. Flash W onto Shen. First blood going over to Kindred here. Well, Kindred and Renekton fighting for the second kill, and Gin is gonna find himself his.
Loosen here, 1v3 hitting Nexus, wants to peel back his team, but will drop into GA, but here comes the support.
And another Zillion double bond finds 2 stuns, and the Twitch is going to get a double kill for himself. Force the flash out of Kindred. Renekton's going to pop the Dominus, looking for some return damage onto Flarepire Zach here.
Here comes the gang, and bodies dropping for BAR as Miami fighting tooth and nail.
Oh no! That was a crazy fight there at the end.
Day, live as always from the beautiful One Life to Play Gaming and Esports Lounge. Our first match of the day will be our consolation match between York University Esports and Kent State University Esports. One team will be third place today. Our second match of the day is between Bar Esports and Miami Redhawks, where one team will be officially crowned the first ever LSS Grand Champion. Now, to get a little bit of a better look into today's first match, I want to take you back to the Rift on week 1 of the LSS. Now, Kent and York played a best-of-3 series where game 1 was pretty neck and neck, but York came out on top. Game 2, however, Kent won with what looked like total map domination. Now, game 3, it looked like York woke up a little bit. The teams were more even and kind of made it hard for us to even predict who was going to win. So we'll see today who's on top of their game and who's going to walk away with third place and a piece of the prize pool. Now, speaking of the prize pool, don't forget you can still donate right now today to the prize pool by either buying One Life to Play merch or by donating outright on matcherino.com/t/LSS. Now, enough of all this talking. I just want to jump into the finals matches. I'm going to hand it over to our guys, Diddy and Keck, dapper as ever. And guys, I want to see some excitement. Today is finals. Let's go.
Thank you very much to the wonderful HoleyBoxers for that awesome introduction, getting me hyped for today's LSS, that's League Saturday Series Grand Finals Day. I'm Diddy.
Now I'm Keck.
And today we have our consolation match, and I said Season 1 Grand Finals. So it's a best of 5. Both teams coming out. There's going to have to be a lot of strategy, a lot of pick ban, a lot of adjustments, a lot of tactical corrections being made. Keck, and I want to know, what are your predictions here for this series? I'm just jumping right into it. What do you think?
Why do you have to ask me? All right. We have this coin right here.
Okay.
Head is for Kent State. York is going to be tails. I'm going to flip it right now. Whoever I get, it's my prediction. All right, tails. I think York is going to win today.
Well, how did you know York was tails? You didn't tell anyone beforehand, so you just decided York was tails? Okay.
Oh, I mean, I just flipped a coin. Here we go. It's League of Legends is a coin flip game.
Ironically, you can do that and probably predict better than most analysts that sit on desks in fancy suits, but I'm going to go with a more analytical approach. See, Keck, I have all this data in my head, and I'm just going to mathematically calculate it. I want to go with Kent State 3-1. So we'll be getting into pick ban shortly here, Keck. And I also want to ask you about any Worlds meta picks. Are we going to see any Samira? Is there going to be Yone for Kenny, remember? What do you think is going to be the spiciest pick we see in this pick ban?
Well, we definitely want to see Kenny play that Yone because he pops off hard on that champion. And not to mention, Samira, I think, is just still overtuned. We don't get to see her at Worlds because Worlds, like, champions like Yone, Samira, they're both disabled. They want to stick the teams onto that playoff patch that they played back in the summer split for most regions.
Gotcha. All right, well,
Yep.
Okay, well, we're jumping into pick band. We see some bands coming out. An Oriana band from Kent State. This is for Luigi Mash. Obviously, the mid laner. He likes to play reliable, kind of supportive mages. Galio's another champion. I think Luigi Mash likes MF being banned. Pike, that is, I think, specifically for Musinator, and Pike is not a champion I see banned very often. So I think these are pretty specific bans. It kind of tells me these teams have done some scouting of each other in the past weeks. Not to mention, Kent State just went 3 games with, if I'm not mistaken, was it Miami last week? So they had 3 full champion selects to prepare for them. So the bans are going to be Oriana, MF, Evelyn. What's going to be the first pick? Ornn is up. Ash is up. There is Shen you could go to. There is...
Well, Condorex, we saw this person play last week. Or was it 2 weeks ago? They play Ornn.
Yeah, they do
Ornn
play
is up,
Ornn.
so I feel like Ornn is just the go-to pick, and they're going to pick Hecarim here. For
Prioritizing Hecarim, definitely interesting. He's one of the S-tier junglers, and with Evelyn being out, Kent State banning that away. That's Flare Pyre's jungle he likes to go to with Chicken Delivery on the Renekton. Renekton's still up. Set being hovered. Set could go in many places, but remember, Flare Pyre often jungled on Set through the duration of the LSS and has done really good on that champion. So when York University lock in Set early, it means a lot for the success of their game. So we'll have to see what this pick is here. I think it could be Ornn as well. It could be Ash.
Plus, Set can be a quintuple flex, by the way.
Quintuple flex.
Because you could always run Set as an AD with a Senna support and play Fasting Senna with Set.
Oh, yeah.
Set is also a really great support champion as well. Set can go mid lane. We saw that tank build into Death's Dance. Set's also a jungler. Set can go anywhere. Riot just overdid themselves when they created Set. The boss champion can go wherever he pleases.
But then they nerfed him so much to where he has to, in my opinion, be support abusing the Hex Flash to be the best champion. And let's see what marksman they're going to go ahead and take. They're going to take Kai'Sa into Ezreal. So already both teams kind of going a bit off meta, if you ask me, more probably comfort picks here.
Yeah, in a meta where Ashe and Caitlyn exist and are the strongest champions on the patch, I'm really excited to see some different picks. Ezreal, Kai'Sa, definitely still like relevant picks as well.
Yeah, sure.
It's not like a Varus pick or a Lucian bot lane pick,
Right.
but it's still a little bit under the tier list. Definitely
Yeah.
below the Ashe, Caitlyn, Samira as well. Even under Jhin, but it's really interesting to see teams going for these picks still.
Yeah, and I think Kai'Sa is one of the more entertaining AD carries to watch because she has to live on this knife's edge of, am I going all in or am I staying back and keeping my cooldowns to use defensively? A lot of the best Kaisas pick their spots really well and go all in with their R at the right time, probably to follow up their Alistar in a bit of a combo. But we do see for Aluros is Leona. I do want to point out, Keck, that Aluros has not been playing engaged supports pretty much at all in this league. He has been on mostly Lux. This is the Lux-Varus duo that we know and love. This is... he also likes champions like, you know, more supportive mages. Janna, Lux, Nami, things like that. So double engage.
I mean, if you're going to say that, then here's another analytical point you can go for.
Okay.
Leona top with press the attack.
It would have to be Hail of Blades to get my pass.
No, but press the attack, because otherwise how is Leona going to do any damage? Because once you have to press the attack proc, you can get it really easily with the Q auto reset. Into the W, her W does quite a bit of damage.
Well,
with the press the attack, bonus adaptive damage as well.
What do you know, Keck? They're keeping the Leona top flex alive and locking in that Cassiopeia for Luigi Mash. That is one of his go-to mid-lane champions, one that is seen often in 5v5 competitive games. Just a nice tank strat option. Can deal a ton of damage. And it'll be a Nico for Kenny. All right. I do remember.
Yeah, we saw Kenny's Nico last week.
He had some crazy ults, like 1 or 2 insane AoE Nico ulties. And they're going to be looking for more of that. Look at this Wombo comp kind of developing for Kent State Esports. They want to go in with Alistar and multiple members. They want Nico to be able to flash to follow up. And at the end of the day, Kai'Sa with her R can follow up with that marksman damage.
Second. Is that Dr. Mundo like a legitimate lock-in?
Yeah, it's a real lock-in. That's top for Condorex. Remember, he's an autofill. He was a support player. Kent State, I think Condorex and Starponer have been put on what I guess I could call Mundo duty at this point. I think the Kent State philosophy is to have their off-rolls on Mundo because he's so reliable as a tank. He can farm with cleavers. I think you mentioned that last week when we, or a week or two ago when we saw the champion. Mundo is a tank that is really hard to stop from farming. He can always huck cleavers at CS and farm the lane out. And then we see it's responded by the signature Gangplank by Chicken Delivery. And now I'm really starting to love the draft from York University. I think they got a lot of their weapons here, and especially that Gangplank, and I could see them pulling out this game win here. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, the draft from Kent State looked really good at first, and then they picked Mundo.
Okay.
So that's like where I'm...
What is your issue with Mundo in terms of his weaknesses in this draft?
In this draft specifically, Mundo's kind of just like, I mean, I guess you can have him run at the enemy team here, but there's just so many better top lane picks right now. There's Renekton, there's Malphite. You could still play Malphite here. You could play, what else could you play? There's Camille. There's a bunch of like better staple top lane champions.
Right.
And you only really pick Mundo into an AP heavy team. Because you would rush the Spear Visit, you have a lot of monetary gold value from that.
And you can max E, right? Which
and
gives
you can
MR,
max E.
which is crazy.
It would be a dream come true for a Dr. Mundo top. But in this case, it's just like, you kind of just last picked it, like you blind picked it, and now it's just kind of, it's just there.
Yeah, and I also think into Cassiopeia, he's kind of like food for Cassiopeia.
Oh, yeah.
He can never really threaten her life. She's too fast, and not to mention she can kite back while healing on you with Conqueror. And I'm hoping Luigi goes Conqueror into the Alistar Hecarim Mundo because it's triple melee. I think Cassiopeia can get a lot of value out of that pick. So I agree. But if you, as a coach, Kak, for a second I want you to think, if you have a player who is a support main, a high elo support main, and you say, hey, we have 2 weeks for you to adjust to the top lane role, you might want to put him on something that's...
Maokai.
Like, okay, you're not going to be a Camille and one-shot the Cassiopeia, but you can at least... Okay, you make a good point with Maokai, but I think Mundo is in that...
Poppy.
I don't know where the Ornn went. They banned it.
They banned Ornn themselves, so...
Kent State did ban it and opted into the Mundo, so there's probably some things they know that we don't, but overall I think it's going to be Wombo combo for the side of Kent State Esports versus York University. They want the long fight with their, I'm hoping Ezreal and Cassiopeia both run Conqueror, where if they disengage the combo of Kent State, then they'll win long-lasting fight. Another thing is I think they can play away from their Gangplank, and it's a bit more clear to me that they can gank their Leona lane over and over again and drop the Gangplank ulti, let Chicken Delivery kind of develop and farm top. And we've seen Chicken Delivery emerge from the weak side top lane as a legitimate carry threat.
Right.
Which tells me that there are 3 legitimate carry threats on the side of York University when I look at Kent State Esports comp. And I'm starting to think more late game, 4 or 5 items. I only really see Kaisa as the carry, as the scaling damage threat. What do you see here?
I mean, there's always the Nico. Remember, we saw last week.
That's right.
2 weeks back. I forgot what it was. Nico with the Death Cap, Pop Blossom. You saw how that just almost one-shot an entire team.
Right.
So, lots of damage coming in from the Nico here. As long as Candy can find some good flanks, get into the backline, or just get into the mix of everything and be able to do damage to everybody, huge fights.
All right, well, you said it. After a very short break, we will catch you back on the rip. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It doesn't matter. The gold lead is too much.
And the Red Bull's... Man, Big D is like, no, that Red Bull's mine.
I mean, who's the carry here? He has a level on Troy.
It's true. Oh, and here comes Luigi Match, a little bit too far up again. And this is just Miami abusing these champions in the side lane.
Nice cleanse on the taunt. I think Galio needs to taunt her in the middle of her either, but I'm not even sure if that would have saved them at all.
No, Galio just shouldn't have been that far out. There's no turret to run back to, even if he were to get away.
Heck, we sound like a broken record. These guys should never be too far out against Miami, but they
Oh, and here comes Set. He's looking for a showstopper. He hits the showstopper onto Caitlyn. Laser King's going to be pulled into the Crow Storm from Miami Big D. Great execution coming in from Miami. And Renekton is just too far up. It's just in a bad spot as well. This is going to be Baron going over to Miami here.
The way we're acting is like they should just be sitting in base. They can't go anywhere. Miami is just always there, getting over the walls. Troy can just run through everything. He's an absolute monster. His third item is going to be a locket. And we are back. We are live with the League Saturday Series Grand Finals Consolation Match. That means third place match. The winner of this game is in the money, so both teams prepared to duke it out in a best of 5 for that prize money, for that third place in our Season 1 of League Saturday Series. I'm Diddy, joined by Keck.
Hello.
Starting today off with Condorex in the top lane, Wrecked at jungle. This is for Kent State, sorry. Kenny in the mid lane, watch out for him with the big plays. Star Pwner at 12 on Kaisa. Gonna have to put the game on his back. Moosinator on Alistar. And for York University, we have Chicken Delivery on his pocket. Gangplank, 1v9. Flarepire on the set. Luigi Mash on Cassiopeia. Laser King on the Ezreal. And Aluros on Leona. And we see a line of scrimmage, 5-man start for either team. Some wards going out in the river. Nothing too crazy. My eyes are on the junglers.
And as we see here, we got a blue ward already in that pixel brush. Just a preemptive ward. Probably came from Wrecked here as he recalled, and he actually got a sweeper. And I also noticed that Luigi Mash recalled earlier. I'm not quite sure why, but he came back with essentially the same items.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure why he based right there, but didn't lose anything from that. Looks like Kent didn't have intel on that recall. And look, this might be a cheese down in the bot lane here.
Moosinator was thinking about it. I think if they were stacked together as they walked in the bush, he may have taken that, but opted out of it. Another thing I wanted to add is Luigi Mash on the Cassiopeia for York University is running Phase Rush, so keep an eye on her to be too fast to catch by some of the members from Kent State University. I was looking for the Conqueror, though. I think the spam heal would have been crazy against triple melee, but we'll have to see how it shakes out. Another thing, I think GP gets a completely free lane against Mundo.
Oh, yeah, completely.
Yeah, it's...
Because Mundo as well, because he is a tank, but he's one of those scaling tanks. And he needs to get items, he needs the Spear Visage, he needs the Sunfire Cape.
And if he's not careful, I'm pretty sure GP can chip away and then solo kill, actually.
Right, because remember, GP also ignores armor with his ability.
With his
hat,
yeah.
Woo! And we see some aggressive trading here coming out in the mid lane here. Kenny really taking advantage of the Nico passive and just doing a lot of on-hit damage to Luigi Mash. But all in all, just some standard farming here. Once we see the junglers get to their level 3 power spikes, they either look for some ganks here. As we see here in Flarepie, Set on the bot side. He's looking for a possible lane gank right here. He's in the bush, and right now, the bot lane of Kent State have no idea he's there.
Yeah, and we see Hecarim path from top to bot, so if Flarepire knows this, they're going to be expecting Hecarim to emerge from that bot side jungle and look for a gank. What they don't know is that Hecarim is calmly full clearing, right? So Flarepire wasting a bit of time, and as the wave was pushed past his brush, he kind of had to just walk away or commit to the play.
Right, and plus we see the blue pings there. They probably saw him. They probably knew that Flarepire was there in that bot side. And here we look at here, in the mid lane, Luigi Mash forced the flash here. Flarepire popping the Ghost and the Rampage in charge to look for a gank in that mid lane.
Now keep your eye on... Okay, never mind. Wrecked is going to get bot crab off that, and Hecarim is... oh, I'm sorry. Wrecked is going to get top crab. Flarepire is going to get bot crab, so they will split crabs. I believe Cassiopeia will just TP to back to lane, as she did, and should be fine. So getting flash, nice job by the Hecarim on that gank, but...
now that you see the intel, you see that Hecarim has the 20 CS on his scoreboard. That means the team of, York University, they now know that Hecarim did opt for that full clear.
Here comes Flarepire.
Here's the 2v2 in that mid lane again. Cassiopeia is going to drop down the miasma, do lots of damage. Haymaker from Flarepire.
I love this activity of 2v2 mid. This is what I often talk about on our streams, how important that is. I like seeing both junglers visiting the mid lane. I think if you can win that lane for your team, it has massive implications on the game, as we see Chicken Delivery taking nice trades on Muno too, and Wreck retreating to the bot side of his quadrant. My eyes, I'm sorry, that's Flarepire on set. Getting these two mixed up. I need to stop that immediately. We have Wreck on Hecarim advancing towards his bot side, as Flare Pyre on set, advancing towards his topside jungle. So it might be a little while before those two meet again.
Oh, and look at some damage that Chicken Delivery is doing onto Condrex. He's actually going to chase down Condrex here. This might be a kill. Nope, just going to get some grass procs going down.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Mundo, and I'm wondering if the Hecarim is going to gank the Gangplank at any time, or if he'll stick around mid to bot.
Yeah, the thing is with the Gangplank lane is that although he is a scaling champion, he still is a strong lane bully. His grass procs with the parlay does so much damage. And as a tank champion like Mundo, you can't abuse that. You have no kill threat on those Gangplank whatsoever, so Gangplank just gets to completely dictate the lane state up here in the top lane.
I can imagine a world, Keck, where if Mundo were to get ahead, let's say a gank or two or some mistakes by Gangplank, if you can get to the point where you can ignore his damage and all in him, I think I could imagine Mundo maybe running the Gangplank down. I don't expect that to happen to Chicken Delivery. I just think there might be an item point where you can stack enough armor to ignore a barrel or two and actually go in for that all-in kill. I could be wrong.
Oh, and here we can see Kenny going for the flash forward into the roots.
Dang!
It's the kill Pop Blossom. First blood going over to Kent State University.
Kenny with the plays already, and it's for first blood at almost 6 minutes. He goes for he hits the E, knowing that guarantees if he flashes, his ult will land Luigi Mash. No flash from that gank earlier. Let's take another look. As soon as this E lands, Kenny knows that Luigi Mash is dead.
And just look at this. He sees that the Cassiopeia agrees with the minions, and he runs up right away. And look at this.
We have action on the
going in
screen.
the top lane. Condrex is going to go down in a 1v2 scenario. Red comes up for the gank in the top lane here, but Chicken Delivery able to find the return kill.
Yeah, that's really insane that Chicken Delivery can actually get a kill in the midst of a gank, and I believe his lane is resetting and crashing right now. I just saw some minions go on a turret. That wave will bounce back to him. He's already up 16 CS. And as we see Red Team claiming Drake, so his team gets Drake, he kills the jungler, he gets Sheen, Executioners, and gets his lane reset. He is looking good in this matchup. I think
This
the solo kill
is so far ahead.
Yeah.
He already paid the Mundo tax.
Right.
And he still has
and got Sheen first back.
And he got a Sheen.
That's
so.
really insane. So Mundo in a lot of trouble here. You could spam gank GP though, and you can gank him over and over again and dive him. The only thing is,
no, I think you have to. I think that's just the way it is, because right now, GP is technically your weak side pick. You are supposed to just pressure the GP so he doesn't get a free farm mode. And at the rate this is going...
Here he comes. He's coming.
Here comes Hecarim. But GP already cleared the entire wave, so he really doesn't lose too much. He's going to get knocked back by the Hecarim here. Feared coming in as well. He's going to have to force the flash. I'm surprised Chicken Delivery didn't burn flash the first time around.
I am too. That was my first thought exactly. That means he was able to kill Wreck during a gank without flashing the first time, meaning that he can continue to apply that pressure knowing he has flash for the next gank. And really well played by Chicken Delivery. I'm sure he's telling his team with time their comp will scale and that everybody can remain calm while he slowly builds his lead on this GP, looking for that late game carry. And
you say scale. Look at the team of York University. They have all the tier scaling. And here, look, Aileros is looking for a roam in the mid lane.
Okay.
But unfortunately, he's going to get caught out by Alistar. Alistar roamed up as well.
I really like that roam from Musinator, and great job by Kenny now. That's 2 kills he's been a part of. He is a force in this early to mid game, keeping Kent State close. They're actually up 1,000 gold. I know it's been looking really good for the top lane of York University, but keep in mind, Kenny and his playmaking can definitely carry them through the early to mid, where Star Poner on Kaisa can maybe take over late.
And so, now that the junglers are reset, just a little bit of a slower paced game at the moment. Both teams are just farming up.
Yeah, and the bot lane, I think maybe some ping is going down. Oh no, they see Leona. Yeah, it'll be a 2v2 soon. I'm not sure if they know if Set's there, but Wreck coming out of the base on Hecarim here. Chicken Delivery looking to crash this wave. This would be really nice for him. He could even go for plates in this matchup, I think.
Oh yeah, he definitely can. Now we see both junglers are on that bot side again. Hecarim on the chickens. But look at Set. He's going for an alcove gank. He really wants to gank this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him. I think that's where he should look to play either mid or bot and away from his Gangplank, and we'll have to see. Now they have eyes on Wreck. They know, okay, we have a bit of time before he's here, but he is on this side of the map. Do they want to force or do they want to counter gank? Flare Pyre might have to spend a lot of time.
Okay, and looks like Musinator's going to go for some trade damage, but Flare Pyre, he's really investing a lot of time just sitting in the bot lane. He's even eating up his laner's CS right now.
They're hoping that Rek went straight from red for a gank, and he didn't. And I think, like, great job by Kent State's bot lane here. I think they sussed out both of those lane ganks. I'm not sure if Flare Pyre accidentally walked over a ward and was actually discovered, or if their senses just told them, hey, maybe now's not the best time to look for a fight. But either way, both times he's snuck in for a lane gank, he has gotten no reward, and you can see a CS lead developing from Rekt on Hecarim, who is approaching the completion of Triforce, at which point he could be the strongest champ on the map with that one-item spike.
And here we go. Looks like Kenny's going to find another route onto the Cassiopeia here.
Everybody's heart just stopped when Luigi Mash was hit by the Bramble root.
But he's like, is this Nico going to flash boss on me again? Flashbacks to level 5.
Both mids have their flashes up, right? And neither jungler has been mid in recent time, so I wonder if there is pressure mounting in that lane or something to give soon.
Oh, Ezreal's not is going to deny the cannon minion from his support, and here comes Hecarim. Both Hecarim and Nikoro down here. This is a 4-man bot. Pop Blossom comes another massive damage here. GP ultimate coming through as well, looking to get some return kills, but unfortunately for York University, Kent State just had that really well planned.
That was a sick play by Kent State. Props to all those guys, everybody involved. They dive with no hesitation. Did not lose any members. This Nico, Kenny on Nico right now is completely carrying the early mid game. What a great play. The 4-man dive. A lot more teams need to learn how to do that and pull it off. We saw they even got Cassiopeia TP because she couldn't make it in time, but it didn't even matter. The play was so quick. That's why you draft champions like Alistar, by the way. And hey, Kent State making this combo comp really look great when they've already pulled their combo off under turret pre-12 minutes.
And here, look at this in the top lane. They're looking for some action. They're looking to dive Condorix here. Showmaker coming in from Flare Pyre, and he's going to secure the kill for himself. Teleport from Kenny is going to go top lane. Only going to stop the Rift Herald from taking that possible first tower in the top lane.
Yeah,
but overall, win for York University. Great stuff coming in from them, fighting back on the top side of the map, even though they lost. And here we look, another 2v2 going on in the bot lane. Musinator looking for a combo onto Aileros. But Hecarim is going in deep. Leona ultimate coming down as well. She's looking for a root, but she's not going to find anyone. Cleanse on Star Pwner.
Watch Cassiopeia Luigi Mesh.
And here comes Cassiopeia. Flash forward, gets the ultimate down, does so much damage. Star Pwner's going to go down to Laser King. And another kill, double kill going over to Laser King on that Ezreal.
This game is hype already. It's 12 minutes, but we see back and forth top and bot plays. There's counter play, there's cross map play, there's ganks being countered. We saw Laser King getting 2 kills off of the aggression of Musinator and Star Pwner and Rekt. They turned it with just Luigi Mash walking through the river, but they're not done in this bot lane. Rekt wants to collect these minions. He could easily go down here.
And that is such a good punish coming in from York University. They saw that Kenny teleported to the top lane to answer that 2-man dive topside. And so they know for a fact that he can't be mid. And Pop Blossom's going to go through and he's not going to find and the damage onto Luigi Mash. And now Kenny's on the running for his life. Uses the Hex Tech Protobot to run away. Then Twin Fangs down, going over to Luigi Mash.
Luigi Mash. He did it. He did the Cassiopeia thing. It's hard to do in games, but if you basically can hold your Q poison on them, there's not many champs that can fight you back. They kind of have to just run. There was no support in time. Musinator almost made it there in time to save his mid. But great job, Luigi Mash. And this game is neck and neck. One drag, a team, 5 kills per team, and the gold is looking like less, like 1,200 gold to York University right now. And Keck, I want to ask you, how much of that gold lead is Gangplank's passive? Probably the whole thing. This game is 50-50.
All right, gold lead for top lane alone is almost 2,000 gold.
Yeah, so GP, not only is he 9 CS per minute right now, but he gets auto or more gold generated from his Q whenever he Qs minions, so his pockets are fat. We see Rekt here doing really well. He is up almost 20 CS in the jungle. He's completed Triforce without a single death while being a lot of their early game aggression, as we see Aluros possibly eyeing someone up.
And here comes the Radiant GP ultimate coming down as well to mitigate this damage. Showstopper coming in, but he's going to get cleansed by the Alistar ultimate, but he's going to still kill Star Boner here. They're looking to chase down the Alistar for the double kill. And look at this, Luigi Mash is going down to the bot lane to roam as well, but he's going to be found by Kenny.
Yeah, and it seemed like, okay, maybe Flair is playing top with his Gangplank, but he's kind of just all over the map, and I think that is a playable playstyle. You're kind of giving up your pathing efficiency, which probably explains his camp deficit, but when you're visiting each lane and getting so many successful ganks off on this set, then you're going to get the kills instead of a bounty on your head. Really great job by FlarePyre showing up on his jungler here, making plays happen.
Oh, and great E from the FlarePyre here on the set. Pulls a Nico, but not going to be able to find the damage to possibly get a kill into Kenny.
Yeah, but red team with total control of the river. We see Ezreal just recalled. It's Drake time, Keck. It's time to start setting up. Leona's going to recall for some wards here. It's last recalls before they try and take control of this river. We see Rekt and Musinator doing their job, clearing out their quadrant first before they start to look to get into the river here for this Drake number 3. I will also add, I don't think this Drake is make or break for either team. I think a lot of teams get baited into it's all or nothing here. But if you're in a position where you maybe want to scale, you need item completions or whatever, this Drake, not do or die. So I'm interested to see to what degree these teams are going to prioritize this third Drake, as it is a mountain. Will both teams put everything on the line for this third Drake? That's my question.
To me, I feel like this is just a dragon that York University will get just because they are ahead. It will just be like, oh, we're ahead. Dragon's up. Let's just do it.
Okay.
I don't think this is a Drake that either team really needs to set up for.
Right. Yeah, I definitely agree with you.
And GP is just so far ahead of Dr. Mundu right now. That's almost 2,500 gold alone.
Yes.
Just ahead. I hear it. Cassiopeia face checks the Nico ultimate. Forget what I said about free Dragon. That might just be Dragon going over to Kent State.
Every time something starts looking good for York, it's Kenny with the plays on the Nico. This time it was just a good brush play, right? You put a pink in the river brush, and if the enemy mid decides to take that path, walking into Fog of War, they just die because they're Nico. So great job, Kenny.
That's the second time Luigi Mash went for a Fog of War, just face checking, and finds Nico. I feel like it's not gonna... Oh, and the double stun from the Leona ultimate. Aileros is pretty nuts on this Leona
Here's
pick.
Flair.
Here comes the GP ultimate here to counter gank. But here comes the teleport as well. GP is looking to get some return kills. And there's another teleport. It's just a party in the bot lane. 5 people bot from both sides of the team. And right now, Rekt is in a situation he doesn't want to be in. Chicken Delivery is going to find himself the 3rd kill of the game.
It's a party, Keck, a party in the bot lane, and York University had the last laugh at last call. They will go take the Drake number 3. Really well played. My eyes were on FlarePyre with the setup. Aluros with a beautiful 2-man Leona stun. That's why you draft that champion. She can engage from a screen away. All it took was the follow-up. And as TPs started piling in, more TPs started piling in until all 5 York University members were there. They were able to focus down the Hecarim, the jungler, the main target, and take Drake number 3. But you know what, Keck, I'll say one more time, I don't think this really wins York the game. It just looks great for them in this mid-game as they scale into their Gangplank second item, their Ezreal Triforce, and their Cassiopeia tier.
I mean, just looking at the team, like looking at York University, their GP is huge. Everyone else on their team is getting the gold as well.
What side did he flip again?
I'm pretty sure I flipped York.
Wow.
Yeah, I flipped York.
You're insane.
Coin flip prediction, guys.
Well, it's not over yet. I know I'm the one to ask.
Should I do another coin flip?
No.
I'll coin flip for game 2.
Results based.
And we're reaching that 20-minute mark. Baron's going to spawn in 1 minute soon. So it's time to see how the teams plan to rotate their members around the map and see how they prioritize pressuring the Rift.
Yeah, great point, Keck. This is definitely that time. We see Cassiopeia and Nico are both bot lane. Both bot lanes, duos, are in the mid lane, and both tops on the top sides of the map here as we have some jungle farming going on, some river control here on the side of York University, but they don't look like the team to me that wants to start Baron right at 20, unless Cassiopeia is ready to go and burn it down. They need Cassiopeia for the Baron damage, and it's just a bit early, so we'll have to see.
Oh, and look at this. They found Hecarim. He's going to have to be forced to use the Onslaught of Shadows to escape. And here we go. Rift Herald's going in that mid lane. Look to take down tier 2.
I missed Chicken Delivery getting the Herald.
Huh?
I missed Chicken Delivery getting the Herald.
Oh, yeah?
I had no idea he even had it, but bang. Tier 2 down. Chicken Delivery is on Triforce, Essence, Reaver, and Executioner's Calling. He is ready to start directing his team. And remember, Keck, when we saw them winning battles against Miami, it was when Chicken Delivery was grouping on Gangplank. There was no other time they were ever winning against Miami last week other than when Chicken Delivery was completely popping off on the GP. And he's starting to rotate, starting to group, taking turrets down, and saying, hey guys, it's time, let's go.
Oh, and here Flare Pie is going to find Kenny. Kenny's forced to pop his clone to escape, and here comes the ultimate from Leona. Now I'm going to find Kenny. Kenny's going to be able to flash out. GP ultimate coming down as well to try to get some slows. But nobody on the side of either team is going to be going down here in this fight.
Yeah, but no Nico Flash to me is actually huge. That is Kenny's most important tool on this champion. He wanted to complete Death Cap and while having Flash up so that he can go delete 2 or 3 members. But unfortunately, as he purchases Death Cap, whether it's sooner or later, he probably won't have Flash. And that will really kind of stunt his next team fight. So I'm wondering if York will track that summoner and look to make plays around it.
And as the time goes on, GP gets stronger as well. 200 CS in around 20 minutes. He's hitting that CS number like really, really well.
And that's why a lot of teams in this league have banned that Gangplank, even round 1. I think that would maybe be a round 1 ban for me. And it's easy to say in hindsight. And all that, and I'm sure there's much more strategy that the coaching staff for Kent State has put into it, but moving forward in the specified series, he looks like a player who gets the most effectiveness out of this champion. And
I just want to throw a quick question mark ping at Flarepire. He has been taking blue buffs.
Yeah, that's something
That should be Cassiopeia's blue buff by definition.
Yeah.
After the first one.
100%, but hey. I'll never understand. I'm not a jungle main. And we see teams are kind of lining up Drake, right? Drake's up in a minute. Cassiopeia, Luigi Match here is top. He should have TP up soon. So that's their actually far side split right now is the Cassiopeia. They have Gangplank on the Drake side, on the objective side, which normally you aren't GP away. But I think because it's Chicken Delivery, because he's on 2 items, I think he wants to be on the side of the map where Drake is. And they're going to send Luigi Mash top to split. And I actually love that play call.
Oh, and here comes GP in the bot lane getting engaged on, but he's going to be able to flash the Onslaught of Shadows. He does not get feared here.
Yeah, GP no flash, and Nico no flash, okay? It looks to me like everybody else has their flash for this next fight. So if these teams are timing that, then those are 2 targets. But wait.
But there's no Hecarim ultimate. That is essentially their main engage.
That's right. So they could wait for that cooldown. And look at the difference between GP Flash and Heck ulti. I think that's an option. Tension is rising in this river here. Does it just go over to York? Is it steal?
Oh, and Rex
TP
is looking for
in.
some action onto Luigi Mesh in that mid
They're
lane.
contesting.
Here comes the Dragon. It looks like it's... Both teams are contesting it pretty deeply here. Look at Luigi Mesh is by herself.
Ooh.
He's going to have to use the ultimate on Alistar alone. He's going to get flash auto stuns.
Star
Poner's going to get himself the kill. Pop Blossom's going to find Aileros here. Doing so much damage. Flarepire. It's going to secure himself the Drake. But look at this. He's just getting chased down. Condorix on this window flashes forward. But he's going to get whittled down so fast.
Dang, Chicken Delivery is actually the equalizer. I saw a beautiful play from Moosinator and Star Poner hitting Luigi Mash up on the backside. Remember, he had no flash. Or I'm sorry, he did flash hard. Anyway, Kenny goes in with a huge play that looks like it's gonna win them the Drake. But at the end of the day, Flarepire gets the Drake on the Smite battle, and Chicken Delivery wins the fight. But watch him right here.
Oh my goodness, they're going for this Baron buff, even though they know that the jungler Flarepire is alive. I think that was a bit too bold coming in for Kent State.
I like plays where you can start Baron and just decide, okay, let's walk away. It shows a bit of calculation and patience from the player. Chicken Delivery showed up and said, all he did was put one barrel up and shoot it, and they had to run away.
Yeah, because they didn't. I don't think they saw the teleport at first. But then once he pulled the first barrel down, put the first barrel down,
And
they're saying, "Okay, we got it. We got
out of
it."
here.
And maybe Chicken Delivery might be biting a bit off more than he can chew, leashing down the blue buff for Star Poner here. Star Poner's going to ult in forward, gets the 850 gold shutdown.
That's tough. Unfortunate. Just misplay and greed. Kaisa is a champion who can get on you from a couple screens away, and he had no flash, and he was in the side of the map that they wanted to get into, probably because Baron's up, right? So that's okay. It doesn't lead to any game-breaking objective or anything, so I'm sure he'll be able to spawn and get back on the map before they lose too much.
When you're worth 850 gold, I think you are the objective.
Wait a second, Keck. I think you're absolutely right. That was a bounty that they did not want to give over.
And to Star Poner of all people, too. 80 carries, not the person you want to be giving gold to.
Especially not this one, from the looks of it. Kaisa champion that if she can get to 3 items before the game is doomed, that is usually her goal. And Star Poner here looks like he's well on his way to completing the Nashor's Tooth, at which point he will genuinely be a poke champion that can DPS, can burst, can gap close, can invis, and much more.
Alright, now that Chicken Delivery is back on the map, pushing out that side lane. They are just looking to play a Baron. As we see here, both the jungler, Flare Power, and Aelorus are working together to set up vision in the Baron pit.
Yeah, it's actually Baron time now. It's a lot of teams line up like they're going to play Baron at 20, but never do because it's 20 minutes and it's harder to kill. But I think at 26, especially looking at these lane assignments, Luigi Mash having the TP, he's playing away from Baron. I think teams are genuinely going to give a look at taking control of the river or the enemy jungle quadrant that is nearest to Baron.
As we see here, both teams are just... York University here are just shoving up the mid lane, getting priority for themselves so that they can walk on both sides of the rivers, both rivers here. And they just have the general lane pushed, going in favor for them. So they're able to walk into the jungle and set up vision for themselves. As you see here, they're also able to steal away jungle camps.
Yeah, York is in total control. I think Kaisa was just basing for Nashers, and I think that is why Kent is not really on the map right now. But I think they're going to escort Kaisa in to get mid control. Once that mid wave is pushed, they'll have a bit more options on getting control of vision here. And would you say it's kind of like the Kaisa show at this point? 3 items?
I think it's the Kaisa Kenny show, because if Kenny can get himself a multiple man ultimate pop blossom onto key targets, Kaisa just goes in there and cleans everyone up, because the empowered Q, her ulting in there, getting autos off, she does so much damage. With the AD enhanced Q, Kaisa's execute damage is deceptively strong.
Right. And for York University, my eyes are on Gangplank, obviously, but after that, Ezreal, once he gets his Death Dance, would you say?
Yeah, I think he can be at a really strong 1v9 position as well.
So my eyes will be on those 4. As we line up, it's Drake time again.
Not to mention Chicken Delivery as well. With Cassiopeia, they are dishing out a lot of damage. Oh, and we have a pause coming in here.
A pause. All right, well. What do we got here? It's a 5K gold deficit for York University as we line up for what would be their Drake Soul. So this is absolutely do or die for Kent State. Condorex, no TP quite yet. I'm not sure if York University has that time, but he is topside. He's kind of missing in action. He'll have to TP down shortly. You can see Hecarim on the minimap here looking for possibly a flank. You see him on the screen on the far right. Direct here, that's Hecarim. He can genuinely get behind Luigi Mash, Flare Power, and Chicken Delivery. So pretty interesting position in the game to pause. What would you say, Keck?
Yeah, this is a really sticky situation because one of the rules that I've seen in some leagues is that when we're in combat, you don't pause.
Right.
Or if you pausing should only really occur when you guys are all out, there's no fighting.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
So.
And
from what we see here, you see Rekt is clearly just running in,
yeah,
getting ready to look for an engage, and then pause.
Yeah, so which I kind of felt like, wait, should I not be talking about what either team can do because they can just it's pause. It's really weird.
Do you want to know what either team could do right now?
Do I?
You want to know?
Yeah.
They could crack open a monster and drink
They
get
could,
a
and
monster,
then they would be
right.
powered by Monster. Would their abilities do
Oh,
more
hold on.
damage?
The game is starting here.
Okay,
And
great.
here, Wrecked running in there, grounded by the Miasma. But he's going to eat a barrel as well. He's going to have to force the ultimate ground out. Ezreal snipes him with his ultimate. And look at
GP
this.
barrels.
Flare Pyre's in the mix of everything. But here comes Mundo running in the backline by himself. He is running for his life. Mundo goes where he pleases. But Seth says, no, I'm going to kill you right now. Luigi Mask slays the Doctor. And this looks like Dragon going over to Kent State. This might be their Mountain Soul.
I gotta say, I don't love the way that fight started, but I did see Chicken Delivery hitting multi-barrels on multi-carries at one point. Other than that, I didn't really catch the start, and it goes the way of York University, who are claiming Mountain Soul now and will look to head straight to Baron.
And this is probably it. Like I said, Mountain Soul, 3 Mountain Dragons going over to the side of York University. They're going to be so tanky. They have that free shield as well. Now the Baron is going to go over to them. I think this is just going to be a game closer very soon. Wrecked is not going to be anywhere near to be able to contest or steal that Baron. And here it is. Baron Master is going to go over to York University.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just going to be blunt. The way that pause left a bitter taste in my mouth for that fight because everything was on the line at that fight. And if the initiation was botched or if the comms were scuffed or something, that's just really unfortunate. Kent State University really going to have to, buckle down to stay alive in this game with the Kaisa here, and we know Kenny can pop off, but I believe last fight he had a solo ulti on GP who oranged it, if I'm not mistaken, and so that wasn't the look. But yeah, they're on the back foot now. They're down 7K into Mountain, Soul, and Baron.
So from my standpoint on how Kent State can come back in this game, they play Vision. They try to get into the jungle. They try to sweep out the Vision that York University does have, and they play to predict the rotations. They look for death pushes. They have the Nico.
Okay.
They have the Alistar. You have if York University is never not careful and they funnel into a death push Nico, that's a 5-man pop blossom that could potentially turn a fight around.
That's right.
Now that's probably their win con right now, but looking at how the siege is going, York University is just playing the Vision setup in the jungle for their rotations so well. It's going to be really, really hard for Kenny and Kent State to find that opening.
Yep, York University does know how to use Baron, and it often has a lot to do with Chicken Delivery solo in one lane, while the other 4 are either hovering, as we see 3 of them doing now, or in another lane pressuring.
Yeah, this is just a really strong chokehold here coming in from York University. And look, here comes an engage onto Luigi Mash in the mid lane. Feared GP Ultimate trying to save his mid laner, but unfortunately that's going to be a killing spree going over to Starpunner.
Now the question is, can they rush down and 5v4 these members here? Like, they should be looking to initiate.
This is going to be
here.
tough here because the main engage.
Oh,
here comes
Kenny!
the Pop Blossom! Kenny finds 3, stuns them up. Here comes the Showmaker from Flare Pyre, looking to get a knock damage onto a lot of people. Haymaker, he's going to miss the flash here, but that's a lot of damage going through. Shutdown from Laser King going on to Starpunner. Not Starpunner, I'm sorry, Kenny. What a very active and wild fight.
Yeah, great ultimate by Kenny on 3 members to set up a fight that Kent State could realistically win, but Chicken Delivery is still kind of the equalizer here. He can zone with barrels, and while Starpunner was free-firing most of that, Chicken Delivery was fighting back with Qs, getting frags, and hitting with barrels, so it was sort of a battle of those two at one moment, but great job by Kenny to really
and they might be overstaying their welcome. Wrecked is looking for an impossible engage. Rampaging charging up right now. Look at this, another fight going down. Luigi Mash is up. He's going to teleport into the fight. Miasma coming down. Condorus is burning. But Chicken Delivery is taking so much damage, he's going to have to pop a stopwatch. And Condorus is burning, and he goes down. Luigi Mash with the Andrew's Poison Burn gets the kill with the damage over time.
Yeah, Chicken Delivery almost going down there, having to use his stopwatch. They are able to get Condorx on the back end. I think his all eyes were on Chicken Delivery, but Laser King was there to back him up, was aggressively arcane shifting in to cover the GP, I think, who did not know he had aggro and took 1 or 2 too many shots. Either way, it's Baron push, gets them bot inhib. That's not really the end of the world. I think the Mountain Soul is kind of the more looming factor here at the end of the day, but York University's first Baron push, wasn't that bad. I think this is a game that Kent State can really drag out and maybe look for an Elder angle, and if they get Elder buff, they can absolutely win a team fight against this York team.
No, I have to say, you brought up a really good point. That Mountain Soul was probably the difference in that team fight. You saw Kenny go with, he has a death cap, he has Sork Shoes, he has the penetration.
Yeah.
And he went bot lane, he got a 3-man ultimate onto key targets. But you saw their HP bars. They didn't go boom. They went down by like 20%. And that's really that Mountain Soul just eating up so much of the damage and mitigating so much of that burst from Nico here.
That's right.
And now that the bot lane inhib is gone, we can see that the rest of York University are opting for a 4-1 split from the top side now. They know that with bot lane being pushed in automatically from the super minions, they can pressure top lane because that's the farthest distance that the team has to travel to deal with super minions and the top lane siege.
I love these lane assignments. I love that they're doing 4-1 with GP in the middle. He just has to be playing the most careful because, Alistar with a Hex Flash, Hecarim with an ulti can really tag him up for Kaisa to go in, and then he's 1v5 in the mid lane. But he understands this and is giving enough space here. So, like you mentioned, all 3 lanes being pressured because we see Kaisa has to run bot to clear these supers.
But that's another thing I wanted to point out, too. I think this is the latest assignments that York University should have been doing in the first place. GP should be the one that's on split because he has oranges to cleanse out from fears from Hecarim. We saw what happened to the Cassiopeia. She got feared up by the Hecarim, but then she couldn't do anything because she just got CC chained over and over again.
But Chicken has been playing on the play, like on the side of the map that they're playing to, since he completed Reaver. I think this team's style is to play to Chicken because they need him to be
here, like I said again, Cassiopeia out by herself. Just Reckless going in. And here comes the Pop Blossom. Alistar's going to save the enemy. He saves Luigi Match here. And unfortunately, Kenny is probably going to die as well. Moosinator, no!
Yeah, Rex, I saw you pop up on Summoner's Rift there. I think you jumped through their portal and were actually in that fight, which was crazy. But yeah, we saw the Kenny ulti look good, but it was disengaged. I don't think the Kaisa follow-up was there. I don't think it was necessarily timed the best, but at the end of the day, punished by York University, who will advance and take mid inhib along with top because Chicken Delivery was one-on-one with Mundo getting top inhib during that. They will collect Elder.
Unless there's a possible Mundo steal here. Mundo's going to pop his ultimate, but...
How nuts would that have been if Connor X Cleaver stole that?
Oh, my.
And now it's they can go ahead and shuttle over to Baron, scoop that up, and my call would be no recall.
I think they just end the game here.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say no recall, go straight for the end. If you go get Baron, it's 100% free end, but they will take the 5v4, which is probably a 95% free end. As how can you kill this team right now?
You just pray that all 5 of them run into your fountain. I think that's the only analytical way that they could possibly win.
Rek goes in.
Here comes a Multiple Man Spear, but Cassiopeia burn damage. Just so much Pop Blossom does nothing, does no damage whatsoever. Haymaker gets the kill. Triple kill going over to Luigi Mash. 7-4 and 6 on this Cassiopeia. And Kaisa just flexing her mechanics, ulting in and flashing back.
And York University will take Game 1 of this best of 5 of the LSS League Saturday Series Season 1 Grand Finals Consolation Match. That's for 3rd place, and I'm right here. Oh my God, look at the Nexus. Oh, I'm gone now. But crazy game. This was genuinely a great game, and I think this is going to be a 6 series. It was so back and forth. We saw cross-map play. We saw counter-punching. We saw mistakes being made, capitalized on, crazy plays by Kenny, but it wasn't enough. The Mountain Soul at the end of the day, I think, was the difference. Man, what a game.
Wait, are you also playing for Kent State there? Because, I didn't know that, League of Legends created a champion called Diddy. I don't know how you got on the map.
No. I wasn't playing for them. Wanna know why? Because I was alive.
True. But
sorry.
How did you get... That was cool how you just, jumped in there.
Dude, you were in there, too. You didn't
Was
see
I?
that? Yeah, you were.
Oh.
You were in there. Either way, as we go into Game 2, is your coin going to out-predict me? I mean, that's just the way it goes sometimes.
I mean, we all know that League of Legends is a coin flip game, right?
I disagree with that, Keck. League of Legends is not a coin flip game. The better team who shows up with better communication and better strategy at the end of the day will win. That's what I believe. And what a wonderful performance by the guys from York University. Rec showed up on his champion set. When Rec plays set, okay, it's a different game, period. That guy, he was here playing set on his birthday. I was like, get him a set kick because this guy on set, he's unreal. He doesn't do the power farm season 11 stuff. He goes for ganks, and he's always there at the right time. He's always the first one there. Chicken Delivery, I thought, was the ultimate equalizer. If you go back and watch this VOD, the amount of work Chicken Delivery did, seriously, cannot be overstated. And going into game 2, I'll make a bold prediction of Kent State with the draft adjustments and winning it. What do you think?
Just don't pick Mundo.
Don't pick Mundo?
Don't pick Mundo.
Okay, that might be some sound advice. But that's it for us now. We are going to a quick break before we catch you again on the Rift for Game 2. I'm sorry, for Champ Select for Game 2 of the League Saturday Series Grand Finals Consolation Match. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't. Yeah. What an absolute frontline unit, Troy here. And if this guy is an MVP, man, these 3 games from Troy here, a Grandmasters player, by the way, showing us how the best of the best do it. And not on a sexy pick either. This is set mid lane, a nerfed set. People won't even take this champion top or jungle that often because of the nerfs, but Troy taking it mid, running what I believe to be full tenacity, and absolutely hard countering the double AP that York pulled out in their mid 2v2.
The thing is, set is still actually a staple pick by LCK teams. We saw BDD still play the set mid. We see even some LPL teams are still playing it at Worlds.
Yeah, but mid mostly, right?
Yeah, mostly mid. So it's nice to see that Troy and Miami as a whole are pulling out the set mid here.
Yeah, it just makes them such a dangerous team to prep against. I'm in admiration of their just dedication to the game, their adaptability, their willingness to practice different styles. Oh, what a hook.
Wild Growth, not going to be able to do much. This
Big
might
taunt.
just be the kills here. Ultimate from Samira is actually doing so much damage even though she's not being able to move her champion around. Triple kill coming in for Samira. This might be the quadra kill. Quadra kill on Samira, looking for the penta. Going after Laser King. Is this the penta kill?
Penta kill!
And here we have it in the game 3 of Miami versus York University. IBN on the Samira is going to find the penta kill here to end the series.
A pentakill to get Miami in the money. That's going to be the game to advance them into the finals. The Nexus turrets will drop. That's going to be game over. Decisive victory. Miami, they do it all. It doesn't matter the champion, the style, the draft, the situation, the gold lead, the gold deficit. They find a way every time. Their macro is proper. Their Troy is huge. And they might just pick people out of the fountain here. Why not?
And they're just playing with their food. They're patting KDA. And are they going to end the game, or are they just
They just walk away.
Oh, my.
They still win this and end, though.
Oh, here comes Miami Big D with the Crowstorm looking for more kills. Luigi Mesh is running for his life. And the fear coming through. Probably the Wild Growth onto the Caitlyn to keep her alive, but she is just getting deleted for the whole squad of Miami University. They don't even have their Samira. And another kill. Lucin's going to find the kill. A second AD carry of the team. Finds the kill onto the Galio. Renekton finds the Ruthless Predator stun onto Miami Big D, but he's going to flash out. The tank set finally goes down. Shutdown for Caitlyn. But you know what? Miami just shut down York University.
And that's because it's playoffs. But wait, they're already in pick ban. I distracted you.
Oh, man.
I distracted you from this Quinn Fiddlesticks. They must be trolling us.
I mean, it's Miami. They're up 2-0. They're just limit testing at this point, right?
Yes, they are.
I mean, hold on. Maybe it's not too troll. Hold on.
No, like,
because the Quinn is a really strong counter matchup into the Renekton. It's probably why they picked it.
no, definitely. And that it's a Chinese pro thing that we've seen Bin and Zoom do. So when Renekton gets first pick, they're practicing. Can Lucent really abuse a really great Renekton player? Because we know that Chicken Delivery is exactly that. And we saw the Samira getting locked in response to a Caitlyn pick. The Lulu comes in for a Luros. We've seen that multiple times. Answered by a Blitzcrank. So Samira, Blitzcrank. Do you have any experience with Samira? What are your thoughts on the champion going into this game?
Well, I know Samira, depending on how early they drafted it, Oh, actually, no, I take that back.
I
Orn
think
was
it's
banned. Because
it was 4th.
one thing I've noticed when I was playing competitive with the Samira pick is that she hard counters Orn. Like you cannot play Orn into Samira.
Yeah.
Because you will never get an engage off.
Projectiles,
right. And I know that Samira's passive is, I don't know exactly how it works, but apparently she like works off of other people's CC. If someone gets CC, she knocks them up with her passive or something. I don't know what specifically. I haven't played the champion myself quite yet.
Right.
Except for one jungle Samira game where I hard fed. But we don't talk about that.
And on top of Samira, I think it needs one more nerf. I think it's actually getting one. And this is Game 3 of Day 1, Round 1 of the League Saturday Series playoffs, where the winner of this series is in the money. Keck, this is a money game for Miami.
And they're looking for a cheesy invade. Unfortunately, Laser King is ready for this. Drops the ward in the tri-bush, sees that they're trying to go for this cheesy invade. Unfortunately, Blitzcrank won't find anybody.
You know what I haven't seen out of Miami, and we've seen almost everything out of this team? Level 1 late invade on the red buff, the enemy red buff, when you are this red side here. We see a lot of pro teams do it. They draft things like Lilia, who can go kill Raptors, get level 2 and then win the fight. But even if you don't have a Lilia, say you have a Nidalee or Graves or something, you can still late invade that red buff. And it's another split map type situation like we saw in Game 1. I have yet to see Miami late invade that red buff. So something to look out for in the future. I wonder if that's in their wheelhouse. I'm sure it is. But we got some bush hook. Welcome back, everybody. You are watching the League Saturday Series Season 1 Grand Finals Consolation Match. That's the 3rd place match of our entire league. I am Diddy.
And I'm Keck.
And we're looking at an epic battle between Kent State and York University. And I think what's pretty cool about this this face-off we have here is they played each other in the first week of the entire league. All right, so this was like 11, 12 weeks ago. And since then, we've been able to see the teams develop and their strategies build. And it was Kent State that won when they met in 3 games, and now it's York University who is up 1-0. And now, Keck, you said ban Mundo. I want to ask you.
Not ban Mundo. Not ban Mundo.
Not ban Mundo? Oh,
don't play Mundo.
Well, if you pick him, or if you ban him, you can't pick him, right?
I mean,
but you're not saying ban him. You're just saying don't pick him.
Right.
As Champ Select will launch, we'll have to see if they take your advice or not, Keck. And it will be York University on blue side. It was Kent State on blue side last game, so we have a side swap. They're going to stick to their Pike ban. They'll probably stick to all 3 of their bans. It will be on Kent State to make the adjustments, and they slam the GP ban. And they say no mas.
Yeah, they don't want to see chicken delivery on GP.
Probably for the rest of the series.
I mean, they're probably just going through their notebook right now. They're like, ban GP, ban GP. I don't see that here. We don't ban GP. After game 1, ban GP, ban GP.
Right. Evelyn being taken away from Flare Power. This is a champ that they pull out when they put chicken on Renekton.
Right.
So when you ban GP, you would expect chicken maybe goes to Renekton. You take away that Evelyn piece. But what surprises me is that Flare's just so... Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, taking away the Evelyn, that makes total sense to me. Samira, Thresh, Pike bans. It looks like some OPGG/scouting comfort picks that they're taking away. Perfectly reasonable. Let's see what the first pick's going to be. Is it going to be Ornn? Is it going to be Ashe? Is it going to be Caitlyn? Is it going to be...
And here's Set.
Why not Set?
There's
They
Set.
have to take that away from Rekt, or he might run amok. This champion could go many places and has risen to the top of our Kent State York meta, if you would, if you will.
I mean, Condorex here, like, we saw this person have so much success on Vol. Oh, not Vol. Sorry, I meant to say Ornn. But Volibear, another champion that this person seems to play in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and Volibear has risen in priority lately. As we see in the Worlds tournament, he's kind of a top 2 or 3. I think it's Ornn, Volley. Who am I missing as the 3rd top? Renekton, maybe.
Renekton?
Or Sion, or...
Sion.
Sion is the new hotness? Sion is the new hotness.
Sion is the new hotness. He's really... I've seen a lot of people picking Sion into Ornn as a counter.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a pretty strong pick, too.
Sion is just... can solo kill you and be a main tank. Yeah,
and that's another off-meta pick we haven't seen in a while. There was Lissandra being locked in here for Kent State. I'm pretty sure that's going in that mid lane for Kenny.
Yeah, definitely, which gives Luigi Mesh kind of a low-key even lane with the Orianna, right? So not the strongest, like, most pressure pick coming out of Kent State, But it tells me they want to counterpick bot lane and maybe play through Star Pona, right? So in order to do that with red side, you have to pick your top half first. So you can go top, mid, jungle. You can go top, mid, even marksman third here, and then you get counterpick support. Either way, my point is I think they want to use their second 2 picks red side and their last pick on securing a winning bot lane.
And I mean, I think York University is just going like, yeah, we already know what your game plan is. You guys want that winning bot lane? We're just going to pick the safest AD carry in the game. And they've picked the Ezreal just right now.
Right, which that Ezreal is going to be something that you want to look at banning if you want to play through bot lane, I think, in my opinion. 2 picks I like to ban when I'm playing through bot lane are Ezreal and Morgana. And because Morgana can kind of just spell shield your main engage and really stop that strategy.
Right.
And then Kent State Esports addressing top lane again now, banning out the Renekton that you said he might go to now, leaving Aatrox as Chicken Delivery's 3rd best pick. If you're going to ban one top in round 2 of red side, you should ban another top, in my opinion. But yeah, so Shen, now it's looking like Aatrox, or they could go something like Camille. Like, Chicken can play a lot of champions. I think Aatrox is next in comfort for him, but they could play so many things, I bet, with this guy.
I mean, there's already 3 top lane bans coming in from Kent State Esports, but I don't think you ban out a top laner like Chicken Delivery. If he's able to play GP, like, this guy's probably patient enough to play like many other champions.
That's a great point, and that's a good way to put it, too. Makes a lot of sense. If you can play GP, you probably have the capacity to learn many champions quickly, because he is so... I think GP is a very intricate champion. And look at that. Kent State is going to blind their top so that they can counterpick support.
If the one thing I didn't like about what Kent State just did right here was they had the Volibear already first picked. What York University don't know is where is that Volibear going? Is that a top lane Volibear or is that a jungle Volibear? With them picking a Mordekaiser right then and there, they gave up that flex. Now they have no idea where that... Now they no idea. Now they know exactly where that Volibear. It's a jungle Volibear, top lane Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I see your point, Keck. It's a great one, but it's to preserve the support counterpick because they need to see what York is going to pull out so that they can address it. Now you pick Lux, an immobile champion that can be abused by Engage. I just say go Engage. Naut and Leona are already banned.
The thing is, I don't think that support counterpick really mattered that much here because they can always just blind pick a Nautilus. I mean, Nautilus is banned. They could have just blind picked Leona because the common answer to Leona is Nautilus. Those are the go-to tank support Engage champions. They could have just blind picked Leona right there. Oh, no, I take that back.
Leona and Naut are banned, leaving the 3rd hook champion being Blitzcrank. So essentially, they needed to see the support from York, that Lux, before they locked in a hook champion in case it was Morgana, Braum, Alistar, right?
But that's the thing. Even if they picked Morgana, the Tristana just wins lane against Ezreal so hard. Because the big thing teams need to know is that playing through a lane doesn't necessarily mean you gank that lane. It means you play towards that side of the map, so they get you lane priority, so you can play for invades or set up the wave for a gank.
That's right.
So that's the point of the counterpick winning side of the map. They don't have to play to kill the lane. So that's why I was saying you could just pick a tank support Engage, because you already have the Tristana, which smashes the Ezreal in lane. You go for the tank support, you'll have an Engage reliable tool, no matter what they pick. Morgana can only black shield one person.
Yeah, and I do think Morgana is low-key a bait pick. I know I brought her up, but I see your point. I see what you're saying. I just think Kent State came into this draft with the game plan of killing the bot lane of York University. And as we move on to a very quick break while these guys load onto the Rift, I will see you soon. Do not go anywhere. See you on the Rift for this League Saturday Series Season 1 Grand Finals 3rd place match. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch your browser. Text your loved ones. Tell them you love them.
Grab a monster. And
get a monster.
Give me one too.
If you sneeze during this broadcast, God bless you.
Geez, shenanigans. Cleave with the great Blitzcrank pull, but forces the flash onto Ayla Rose.
And actually, not a necessary flash whatsoever. That's pretty much the brunt of their combos, getting yanked into the Samira. I think if you just run away, you get maybe one more Samira auto, maybe an auto Q or something, but you'd be able to regen there. So wasted flash by Laros there. Just got completely bamboozled and spooked.
Yeah, really crazy. Just Blitzcrank cheese, Blitzcrank shenanigans. That's just how you gotta play it. Oh, and the level 2 advantage coming in from Luigi Mesh in a pause.
Troy said, bug, I don't get hit by anything. Miami University, they're digging so deep into their champion pools. This is like maybe plan like J for them, these 5 champions. And we'll have to see if they can pull out a dub here as Galio able to stand up to the set, but...
And it would seem like Troy 1 is finally going to accept the fact that he did just get level 2'd on. That's why he got engaged on, so no bug there.
And I sort of dislike the Evelyn pathing. She's pathing top to bot, right? And Fiddlesticks first on the map.
We see a gank bot lane, but the bot lane from Miami is not level 2 yet. And so Fiddlesticks is just going to have to walk away.
So Fiddle did his full blue side into bot gank, and Evelyn did her full blue side into her red side now. So Evelyn will come out ahead in farm, and Fiddle's looking for another visit.
I'm looking at this mid lane right now. Unfortunately, he's going to get... Galio's got that 6th sense, so he's going to dodge that gank here. Yeah,
and it's a bit of a transition gank. He's now going to go into his own red side, and Evelyn first to full clear. She should be able to get that bot crab, and maybe could give a look to the bot lane. The only thing is, your Evelyn is pathing top to bot into your Kate Lulu lane when you could be pathing bot to top into the Renekton lane. Evelyn needs to be with the Renekton. You can't itemize against this. If you buy Mercs, Renekton's gonna eat you. If you buy Tabbies, you're gonna get chain CC'd for too long, you're gonna die. This Evelyn Renekton duo can abuse Lucent's Quinn, even with cleanse. I need to see activity from Evelyn with her Renekton, but for now, she's gonna go for this bot crab, which she's perfectly happy to full clear in a bot crab. Don't get me wrong. And she is ahead in farm, and we'll be able to 2v2 here if that is the case.
Oh, and Luigi Mesh is going to actually use the Justice Punch into Troy 1. And because he gets feared, he's unable to flash out. Great first blood secure going over to Miami University.
Yeah, man, I'm a big D with the flash fear. There's no counterplay, and Set doing a great job holding his W that whole time. Waiting for the fear guarantees the W, and that's how you 2v2. It's unwinnable for the Evelyn Galio, especially since Evelyn was a bit late. Because of the reliability of just clicking on someone, they are now feared. Guarantees the W. Great job by Miami.
And here we see Chicken Delivery on this Renekton looking to be aggressive, but because Quinn just can counter and just use the vault every single time Renekton tries to be aggressive, he can't stick to the Quinn. This is why Quinn is an answer into Renekton.
Yeah, and I don't play either of these champions top, so and we are back. We are live. We are loaded in, locked, ready to go, purchasing our initial items and leaving the base. This is Kent State University against York University in the 3rd place match. That's the grand finals consolation match, 3rd place of the League Saturday Series Season 1.
And right now, York University has the lead in this series. They won the first game in a very convincing style, very, very dominant. And you know, trying to see if Kent State can bring it back.
That is what I'm looking for as well. I want to see a back-and-forth series all the way to Game 5 where it comes down to one moment. We see Chicken Delivery on his Aatrox pick into the Condor X Mordekaiser. Now, as a top laner, I think this is a matchup that Aatrox could possibly abuse. I think he can just heal on the Mordekaiser. And it was a counter pick, right? They locked in the Mord so that they could hide their support pick, which gave away the volley flex and gave York University the information they needed to lock in this Aatrox. He's rocking the new skin.
You know, I'm starting to think maybe they just picked Aatrox because he got the new skin. He just wanted to play it.
Dude, it's a nice skin. I really like those. Odyssey? Is it?
Odyssey,
I love the Odyssey skins, dude.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, I got my coin here. Got my coin ready. This time I'm going to call heads is York and Kent is tails.
Okay, great.
This is my predictions right now. I got tails. I'm thinking Kent State wins this game.
Let me see. Let me make sure it's tails. Okay. So you have Kent State winning?
Yeah, I think Kent State wins this one. They won the coin flip.
Well, that's what I
And here we see a cheese coming in that ball and forcing the flash from Laser King. Great hook from Moosinator. And they're going to have a massive HP advantage down here in that bot lane.
And look who took red and is already on his way. It's Volibear. He can go 3 camps and look bot. All they need to do Star Pwner Musinator can stack this wave, which is kind of hard to do in a double range. But if they stack a wave up and can set up a dive for volley, I think it's definitely doable with no flash on Laser King.
Right.
They'd want to do on the cannon wave. I think the wave leaving base right now. Oh, as another
looking
hook
for
goes
the
up.
hook right there. They did have the level 2 advantage right there. They were looking for that all in.
I think they could dive with the wave that is hitting their tier 2 turret right now. See how Volley is walking up in the river? If he goes by with that wave, I think there could be a dive angle. That's okay. He might just flash gank mid, which is pretty reliable in itself.
And
Luigi Match has cleanse.
Here we see him on that.
Here it comes.
He's going in that mid lane. Lissandra going in, finds the route onto Luigi Mask, but unfortunately, Luigi Mask is just going to proc phase rush.
So right here, Kek, let me interrupt you and say you could crash this wave as Tristana, kill that cannon, force these 6 minions in there, and Volibear, I think, could have maybe looked for a
And look at this. We have a gank on the top lane right now. They're looking for a possible dive into Condorix, but he's just going to walk out, forcing the flash burnt.
That's 2-for-1 flashes, by the way. That's Flare Power Flash and Chicken Delivery Flash, or Condor X Flash. So that is definitely worth. He also can TP back to lane, so they will have TP advantage as Chicken Delivery can probably bounce this. Eyes back on this flashless Ezreal.
Oh, great buffer from Laser King using
should be
the
the
arcane
dive.
shift just to get out of the Blitzcrank hook. Really well played from him. And here we see Volibear in the backside of the tower here. Possibly a dive or a gank as we see the bot lane from...
They need to insta-kill this wave to dive it. Or
And they're not going to dive. The flash forward from Musinator here gets the knockup onto the Ezreal here. First blood going over to Blitzcrank. He finds the hook onto Aileros as well. Aileros is going to try to run for her life. Pops the barrier, does not need to burn flash.
All right, so they get Ezreal here, heal, Lux barrier, and you're right, Keck, they didn't need to dive. All they needed to do was flash their Blitzcrank. When Blitzcrank flashes with his punch, you can guarantee the hook. That's enough CC for Volibear to get there, and they actually just blow the Ezreal up.
And the funny thing is, for Blitzcrank, it doesn't matter that he burnt flash, because he
Right.
has Hex.
Yeah.
So you're going to see this robot just come out of nowhere. Flash at you, and he's going to throw a hook.
Oh, yeah. When I play Hex Tech Flash Champions, I'm just looking for an excuse to flash instantly because it's so much fun having that up every, 30 seconds. It's pretty ridiculous.
And Condorix getting the better of Chicken Delivery here up in that top lane. Good
Yeah.
damage coming through.
I'm not too sure how this matchup goes, to be very honest. I play a bit of Aatrox and 0 Mordekaiser. I thought it was going to be Aatrox's favorite. I wonder if it still will be. But for all I know,
have no clue.
you don't either? Hey, that's okay. We'll have these
I
guys
haven't
show
seen
us.
that chant. I haven't seen Boris picked in so long.
Boris?
Yeah, it's Boris.
Who?
The champion. Aatrox is dead. Aatrox was like, remember?
The shopkeep?
You don't know the joke, do you?
No. The
When
shopkeeper?
but here we see an all-in coming in from Star Pwner. That's so much damage here. Teleport from Chicken Delivery going to be canceled by Condorix. But anyways, back on the joke I was talking about.
Okay.
When Aatrox got reworked, they changed his kit so much that the Aatrox community on Reddit just said he died. And they just renamed their champion Boris.
Oh. I did not know that. That's a funny one. Is Boris
I
not
thought you
the
knew.
shopkeeper? Who's the shopkeeper?
I don't know who the shopkeeper is. But looks like Kent State are going to go for this dragon right here. Strong
Yeah.
bot lane prio.
Yeah, the Tristana's working, right? That was, you can pick Ezreal, he's a safe pick, but we will pick Tristana, who'll jump on you and burst you, and if you EOA, you still have a bomb on your head. I love that Tristana pick. It's working out really well. These are the kind of draft adjustments you have to make as a coach here if you want to win your team money. And Keck, that reminds me, the winner of this series is in the money, and the loser is one, spot out. So this series is hype, really hype in that matter. Our finals match we see later today. Both teams are already in the prize pool, so this is the one to get in. So a lot of pressure on these guys to come up with a game plan that can work. And so far, the Blitz Tristana is working, and I love it.
I mean, if you're thinking of a kill lane bot lane, it's still traditional. It's Tristana and Blitzcrank. And here we see Rex here sitting in that bush looking for a gank here. Penny's going to go in, gets the root onto Luigi Mask. Luigi Mask is going to pop face rush, running out. He uses the shockwave to bring Rex under the tower. And here we have more action in the bot lane. Musinator using his god hands to pull the Ezreal in.
Luigi Mash smurfed that 2v1, did not even flash, kept his composure, held his ulti until it was kill threat. He cleansed the Lissandra W. He was perfectly calm during the Lissandra R. And I think we can take another look. So watch him cleanse the Lissandra W. And he does not insta-flash after Lissandra R. The other thing I'm looking for is where is Volley's up front burst combo. So Rect hits Q, but where's his E? Where's his W? I don't see Volley.
I think his Q might have ran out when he ran
His
out.
Q runs out, and there's no E there. So, yeah, Nerves of Steel by Luigi Mash. He's going to go ahead and turn that. And that's a huge play for this game.
That's just really well played from Luigi Mash. Uses the cleanse perfectly there, actually. Pops the cleanse initially to dodge the root, but once you burn cleanse the first time, all subsequent CC that are targeted onto your champion are reduced by, I think, 70 or something %. I don't know the exact numbers, but they're really high. And look at this. Some trade in the top lane. Condrix is going to use the Delta Ram onto Chicken Delivery here. But he needs to leave. He has no idea that Flare Pyre is here to do the gank. And that's going to be a kill going over to Chicken Delivery on this Aatrox.
Yeah, and Condrix, I think, was not fully committed to the kill. I am not sure if I caught that in time. Okay, so yeah, if you're going to ulti here and you're out of turret range, you need to follow that up. You have Conqueror and you have your passive ticking, which can heal you. The fact that he walks away, now he's stuck with Chicken Delivery, whose jungler is on the way, and as soon as they get out of that Death Realm, it's a 2v1. So if you're going to ult the Aatrox there, you need to commit to killing him with your Conquer and your healing. That's something Mordekaiser can do really well, but we see a bit of a squawful in the river. Kenny.
And look at this. It's a 3v2 topside. Shockwave's going to find some damage onto Kenny here. Showmaker coming in from Flare Power, but Kenny's going to flash away.
And the hook!
And the hook gets the kill onto Flare Power. God hands here. Moosinator doing so much work with this Blitzcrank. And
So,
Rekt walks away with 1 HP.
Rekt gets away with one. Kenny was able to slither his way out. So he used his E, the claw dash thing, and while he was in midair from set tackle, he was able to take that E after he was tackled by set and just escape. Volleybear gets down to 1 and ends up being a 1-for-0 for Kent State. So really well played. I thought when Kenny was kind of face-checking them that he was going to die soon, but I was very wrong. And the hook will get a stack and a minion for Star Powder.
I'm really not sure what team was starting that Herald. Was it York University and the Herald played right there?
I think it was Kent, or yeah, I think it was York because it was Kenny that kind of walked into 3, but the way the fight played out, actually really tricky fight.
Now we see Blitzcrank going back in that bot lane, looking for some cheesy shenanigans again. No minions now. He's running up, winding up the W. Gets the hook on the Laser King again. Laser King's just gonna have to buffer it.
That's actually really, really nice. I took a replay of that because I want to show how an Ezreal can save his support. You tank the hook, but you buffer your E before it hits so that it won't hit your Lux. So if you guys watch, as Moosinator approaches, Laser King will body block his Lux, eat the hook, and buffer the E out of it. It's just a really cool interaction. See how he walks right in front of Lux, and he'll just take that and E out of it? Really, really nice stuff here from Laser King.
Diddy. Support lives matter. And here we see again Flare Power down in this ball lane. He likes to play this lane gank style. Oh, and look at this. Luigi Mash going for a ward clear, but Kenny's just going to engage right onto her. But unfortunately, Rekt walks over a ward.
Yeah, that's okay. Nothing really committed from either side there, and a bit of vision taken from Rekt on the volley there.
So, looking at that top lane matchup now, I feel like Aatrox at first has some tough time. Oh, and look at this bot lane. Moosinator runs up and hooks Aileros here. Aileros is going to burn the barrier, but gets blown up by the bomb.
Yo, the Tristana burst is really surprising these guys. Flare Power was there on set, ready to counter gank. He was in the right place at the right time, but his teammate died too fast for him to even affect the fight. They take the 1-for-0 and leave, and when they picked Lux, when York picked Lux, you can pick Blitz, and if you already have a Tristana, you can one-shot that Lux pretty reliably. And Kent State is hard playing the bot now, and it's really working out for them.
Yeah, and I was talking before that bot lane scrimmage started. The top lane matchup, Aatrox versus Mordekaiser, I think this matchup just needs some time. I think once Aatrox gets some more AD, because that's when his items really start to affect his ratios on his Q, his healing as well, right? But that's when I feel like Aatrox really comes online on this matchup. Look at this, Mordekaiser bought so much armor here. He has the Bramble of his first item, but Chicken Delivery is still just kind of just tearing right through him.
I think Chicken Delivery is going to go Warhammer Cleaver, and once he gets Cleaver, I think he stomps this lane.
Oh, yeah. Easily. Cleaver just does so much armor penetration.
And it's pretty easy for Aatrox to stack and get a lot of value out of. Flare will enter brush number 1 of the lane. I think he may have gotten spotted.
No, he didn't.
No, you see that minion fighting right now that's about to die. He can't see the end of that alcove brush. Okay, I trust you, Keck. Oh, what about now?
That's the really difficult thing about alcoves, is that if you walk along the very edge of that wall, even if minions are there, you can't see him. The only thing that will reveal if someone walks into the alcove is if you put a ward there.
Okay. So if Flare Power is unspotted, ConderX must just be playing appropriately.
You see, ConderX is playing appropriately not because Flare Power is there, but because he already knows that he's hard losing these trades against Chicken Delivery. He's just opting for the last fight. And here we look, more aggression in the bot lane here. Star Poner on this Tristana doing so much work. And look at this top lane aggression here. ConderX is forced to flash, but he pulls away the set.
Dive.
And here he comes the ultimate showstopper onto ConderX here. And the Haymaker to finish off the kill. Flashes out Kenny up here in the top lane, teleporting in. This help his top laner out. Pops the ultimate, gets the... Oh, and the great third Q flash for Chicken Delivery.
Chicken Delivery with that Q3 flash will bring the hammer down and eventually kill the Lissandra. We can bring up a replay here. These are the plays that you can make when you're really good at this Aatrox champion. So they call the dive, the set. Tackle comes in, they're able to take care of ConderX. It's a TP from Kenny to answer, so he goes and cleans up Flare Power, but what does that mean for him and Chicken Delivery in the 1v1? Kenny here has flash, okay? He's thinking about how do I get over a wall, but it's too late when Chicken Delivery flashes while his Q3 is mid-air. Gives Kenny not enough time to react, and he will go down. And now we see this Aatrox emerging as a possible carry threat in the mid-game here. While conversely, Kent State's bot lane already has that Stormrazor and is massively ahead.
Oh, and here comes Tristana. She's jumping in again, but she's going to eat a Luxol to the face. And she's trying to run out. Gets the reset and jumps out as well. Chicken Delivery teleporting down in the bot lane, looking to get a return kill and punish the aggression from this bot lane from Kent State.
And it's a shutdown onto who other than Chicken Delivery, who uses his TP to now counter the Tristana jumping in. He would have loved to kill the Tristana, but he will settle for the Blitzcrank, who had a bounty on his head either way. We'll have to see what Chicken does. He goes for a recall. He'll head back top.
Oh, and look at this Star Poner. Knows that even though he's so low, it does not matter. This is a Lux support. She is so squishy. And he just kills her.
That Lux support being the last pick while the enemy's support was still not picked yet, or you thought maybe it was... Oh, no, yeah, it hadn't been picked yet. I'm really questioning the Lux support, and it seemed like they drafted that while... We already knew Kent State's plan was to kill your laner because they had a Tristana. I don't think Lux was exactly a pick, but, you know, hindsight...
I don't think this... At this point in the game, I don't think it's a draft issue. This is just... Lux just has to be super careful. She was 0-3 at the time. She was 0-3. Yeah, she's 0-3 at this point in the game. Now 0-4. But you have to realize this is a Lux support. She's so squishy. She's so far behind. Any champion, if sees her, she's dead. It doesn't even have to be Tristana. Like, even Blitzcrank could probably solo her at this point.
So you're saying Lux is fine, you just need to be careful where you step.
Right. Lux is okay in this draft, but it's because she's just so far behind, so set back. Because she's level 7 as opposed to a level 9 Tristana, that's just a clear stat difference.
Right. And they will reap their rewards. Not only 2 dragons, not only a 2K lead, but the first turret as well. They are now up in structures. And it really looks like the game is going to be on the Chicken Delivery's shoulders, along with Luigi Mash, who, remember, outplayed that 2v1 and is farming really well. Both mid laners at about 9 per minute. Let's see, Kenny.
Oh, she sees that Kenny walks up with the claw, and so she preemptively uses the shockwave to try to get the kill. And looks like Aileros' Lux Ultimate not quite able to find the mark onto
Kenny just had a really sick dodge on the Oriole, if you guys take another look. So Kenny uses his E, at which he can take any point. So when the shockwave comes from Ori, he'll take his E early to dodge it. If you guys see this, pretty crazy. Because Luigi wants to use the R to interrupt it, but he just takes the short E and goes in. But we have a Drake start.
He actually flashes as well.
We have a Drake start here for Kent State with the power of that Tristana. There will be no steal from the Ezreal Arcane... I'm sorry.
True Shot Barrage.
True Shot Barrage. Keck. What an absolute stud.
But really good attempt from Ezreal here. For some reason, Kent State didn't even try to clear the vision there with the sweepers that they did have. And based off the scoreboard right now, both their sweepers are off cooldown. So they just kind of deliberately did Dragon while leaving vision up. That could have been an Ezreal steal. It was close. It was close.
Yep, they didn't check every single box, right? So it meant that Laser King had a pretty decent look, but was not able to get it. Now we see Chicken Delivery responding on the opposite side of the map, getting Herald. This is definitely what you should be doing. And, you know, this 17-minute mark, as 20 minutes approaches, it's all on, it's not all on, but a lot of this is going to be on Chicken Delivery to carry as we see Moose with the hook.
With
that
the
will
Hex
miss.
Tech. Hex Flash hook. But as we see here, this was a comp that Kent State drafted. They wanted to win and play through bot lane. And this is exactly what they did. The Tristana, the Blitzcrank, such kill pressure onto the Lux and the Ezreal here in that bottom lane. And that's where all of their gold lead is. Oh, and look at
Luigi.
this. Kenny is just being so disrespectful in front of Luigi Match. Luigi Match was just like, no, I'm going to just do so much damage to you. You have to go back.
Certainly was disrespectful, but it took a lot of Luigi Match's mana and his ult, I guess you could say. Ezreal with another E-buffer. Here comes
but
Chicken.
here comes Chicken Delivery here. He's looking on the flank. He's looking to kill Musinator here.
Oh,
and
he
it
will.
looks like the chicken beats the cow today.
Wow, the chicken
Oh, I take that back to the moose.
beats the cow. Who is the cow exactly, Keck?
I thought it was Musinator. But it's a moose.
You thought he was playing Alistar or something?
Yeah, he was last game.
The chicken reigns supreme, and they will take mid lane turret. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Chicken Delivery. You get your mid-game spike. You're on Cleaver. You're pretty fed, but Kenny...
Oh, but look in the bot lane here. Kenny is going to find the ultimate onto Luigi Match under the tower as well. He's looking to chase down Luigi Match, but Luigi Match with the phase rush is able to run. He's fancy feet dodging so many abilities, uses the flash at the last possible second.
Really nice late flash. Really, really nice holding your flash till that very last second. It's pretty brutal as Kenny to see him flash away with one, but at least he did get his flash for his efforts.
That was so close.
Really close. And
But now, looking at the objective timers, Baron will be up in 30 seconds here.
That's right. But Kent State's eyes are on that Infernal. I think Kent State does not want to commit too many resources, too much vision on the top side of the map. Look at all the vision invested in the bottom half of the map right now. 3 pinks here for York University, and some red vision too, and probably more soon as we see Musinator with some free time dropping some wards here. I think it's all about this Infernal, denying the soul if you're York University, and claiming the soul if you're Kent. And it'll probably be all or nothing contest from York.
What's the next dragon? The next Infernal Dragon is going to be up in a minute 30. So that's Soul Point. They are this team right here, Kent State University. They are on Soul Point right now.
That's right. An Infernal Soul on that Tristana who wants to one-tap you. Pretty ideal. Laser King will grab red. He is on 2 items. So because he went Frozen Gauntlet, he has 2 items before this 4th Drake. If an Ezreal were to go Triforce here, he probably would not have that completed.
Oh, and another really well-timed Ezreal E-buffer into the Blitzcrank hook.
And that's been coming in handy. Imagine if you were any other champion and couldn't just disappear from that hook. Musinator probably getting more looks, but still the Blitz was picked in response of the Lux and the 3 hook support bans, right? So.
And here looks possible engage here. Kenny with that Proto Belt. Try to close some of the distance here, but...
Yeah, you know what they're not doing, Keck? They're not taking control of the red quadrant of York University. Those 3 pinks are still there. That's the next step. You need to push mid, find those pinks and kill them. Put your own vision down. Make it a battle of this territory here.
Oh, and here we see some action going down here as well. Chicken Delivery finds the tethering chains onto the Volibear, and Kenny forced to clock
Shockwave
out here.
No Shockwave, I think.
That is no Shockwave. The Clockwave was not able to find the mark onto Kenny.
And now that you're forcing them to walk in the river and you have vision control, your Blitzcrank can get angles here as they try and kill out
Oh, and
wards.
he finds the hook onto Chicken Delivery here. And here comes the set with the hate and the showstopper into the enemy team. And we see Mordekaiser's going to pop the ultimate onto Flarepire. They're in a 1v1. But here, Tristana's hitting for free. She's shooting bullets after bullets. And this is a double kill going over to the Tristana. She's going to get resets here. Luxbridge finds 2. Godrix is so low. He's trying to survive.
But
double
wait.
kill onto Laser King here. And this might be a turnaround fight. Laser King's looking for a possible pentakill here.
Laser King in the long fight with the Ezreal. Oh my god.
The flash route from Lux not able to find anything here. And Laser King is on a rampage.
King
That is a
with
delayed quadra kill.
Laser King with the Quadra. What an absolutely crazy fight for York University. So much was focused on killing Chicken Delivery. It was the primary engage, and I also saw Alessandra follow up and kill Chicken, but they used so much. Laser King was able to stack Conqueror and just do a ton of damage in the long fight. We can take another look because I'm pretty sure they get this Drake. Eyes on Ezreal here. As we see, this was right when the fight kind of was disengaged and Ezreal was taking control of it with the red buff and Frozen Gauntlet. If you tag someone with the Q, they're pretty much in your range for the next one. If you can chain enough of those together, you can do a lot of damage on Ezreal, and it was Laser King coming up huge, denying the Infernal Soul from Kent State. But
and if you're Kent State, that is tough to see because you put so much resources into that ball and to get Tristana to snowball and stomp that Ezreal. And here you see Ezreal coming up huge, coming back and getting himself 4 kills in one fight.
yeah, and look at the nature of these two AD carries. One of them wants to jump in and can do a ton of burst on one target at a time, like very quickly. The other one loves the really long fights where I'm going to slow you and chip you and I'm going to stay in this really safe range. You can never get to me, especially if you're using your tools to kill my Aatrox. The Ezreal gets to free fire. So the nature of those two ADs, the longer the fight is, I think the more Ezreal will benefit.
And here comes Blitzcrank. Oh no! Laser King wasn't ready to buffer with his arcane shift, and he's going to get hooked, but looks like the rest of the blue team is here to answer back. Star Poner goes in for the kill. He gets the shutdown onto Ezreal, but he's going to go down as well. Shutdown for him going down to Flarepire.
And this play looked rushed by Kent State. Looked pretty rushed. I mean, we even saw Star Poner going in and giving his second shutdown just to kill Laser King. I'm sure that was a shutdown too, but it's just starting to look more York favored and a bit rushed by Kent State. They have the tools to set up clean kills with the Tristana, but that wasn't very clean. And I want to know if York University is going to put the gas pedal down and choke this game out and close it, or will Kent State have another opportunity at an Infernal Soul and eventually get one? Because you have to close this game out, or else every 5 minutes, Kent State is going to have a chance of getting an Infernal Soul, whether it's a steal or just a team fight win. And the gold, pretty even neck and neck. What a series we have on our hands so far.
And let's take a look at the gold individually across the teams here. 10K gold onto Chicken Delivery, 10K as well onto Luigi Match, and 9K gold onto Ezreal. That Ezreal was probably like really far behind at that point in the game until he got those 4 kills for that 4th dragon fight. And now Tristana, yeah, she's the most fed member in the game, but she can only do as much damage as her team allows her to. If her team all falls before she can finish off priority targets, then she's not going to be able to do much.
Right. And one thing I'm starting to see as a property of the Kent State comp is they just seem so front-loaded. Their Mordekaiser, who likes long sustained fights, he's a bit behind. So looking at Volibear, Lissandra, and Tristana, all of these champions are extremely front loaded. They burst you and then they need their cooldowns back up, other than Tristana, who can free fire and does well there. Lissandra and Volibear, they need their cooldowns, right? So if their initial burst doesn't get them kills, if the Lux shields are enough, if the cleanses are up and everything, they will lose the fight if it gets disengaged over a long period of time.
Right. And now, as we see here, York University, they are no longer in the lead here in terms of gold. They still have soul points. If they can get that fourth dragon, that Infernal Soul does so much work for them. And looks like the support has left the game. And we have a pause.
Yeah. And so a quick pause, maybe some issues with the support, but Kek, what do you think about this game so far? Pretty hype. I think it's still really close. I think it's anyone's game because of the looming threat of that soul point Do you think they make an all-out push for that Drake Soul, or do they look for steal, or are they like, you know what, let's just go kill them all. We have champions that can kill people.
It's really tough to say right now, just because like right now Kent State, they've thrown all the eggs into the Tristana basket. No one else on their team really has much of the kills here. So if Tristana doesn't succeed, Kent State doesn't succeed.
That's right.
That's really all it is. And they have the tools to play around it. They have the Mordekaiser. As long as Mordekaiser can ult priority targets to keep them out of the fight so that Tristana can whittle down the rest, that's huge for them. At the same time, they have the lockdown from Lissandra. They have the CC. They have the tools for engagement. But the only issue is Tristana is the only damage source at this current state of the game.
Right.
If Orianna finds a good shockwave, or if Aatrox is able to get onto her, or Ezreal was able to poke her out like before fights, she's not going to be able to perform to what Kent State needs.
Right. So all the eggs in the Tristana basket, and I think she was approaching her third item, and that's going to be a Zeal item, which will really amp up her ability to just free fire, right? Because I think at one item, Tristana is very good at using her E. And at Infinity Edge, she can kind of do both. But once you start getting in the 3-4 item range, and her range actually goes up with levels, right? Tristana, she gets longer range each level she gets up. So if this game goes late and she's level 18, she will have the capability of not only DPSing over time enough for... Oh, and we are back into the game. And a missed hook.
Musinator looking for a possible pick here, but not quite able to mark anybody there.
Long story short, Tristana is a burst champion early, but can be a carry threat, a DPS threat in the late game, as many of us already know, with 3 items approaching 4. And Drake is up in 1 minute.
1 minute left, and this is Dragon is key for Kent State here. If they can get that Infernal Soul, they'll be in such a strong state.
There could be memories lurking of last fight and how it went, though. I think they need to just reassess their target evaluation and their prioritization and just take this fight from a different angle. But I think Kent State should absolutely fight for this. And we see here's the vision battle in the river. Frontliners walking up, taking wards. It looks like York is going to have control of at least that front end of the river here.
And we see here Kenny up in that top lane, pushing out the side lane here. Just resetting the wave so that it crashes in the middle. He's looking to teleport into this Dragon fight.
Yeah, I wonder if Kenny will look for a TP flank and what he would do with it, right? Because we see him running out of bases, Lissandra. He can go ahead and get mid.
Oh, and look at this chicken delivery. He's already in the backline, popping the ultimate World Ender and having to stopwatch. And the shockwave finds 2. Going massive damage here. Kenny's also in the mix of the fight.
Oh,
gets the reset, gets the kill, but she's going to go down very soon. That's going to be a hook onto Laser King as well. This fight is going everywhere. People are just dropping left and right. But it looks like York University are coming out on top of here. Kenny's looking for a kill onto possible Aileros here, but Chicken Delivery is doing his best to keep
Kenny
his support alive.
Kenny 1v2!
But Kenny, he can probably 1v2 this, and he predicts the claw from Kenny here.
And he gets over the wall, he goes back in!
Right in, he pops the tethering chains. He's looking for some more healing, but
he couldn't do it!
Going over to Kenny, 450 gold, and that's going to be an ace going over for Kent State University. And it looks like Infernal Soul as well.
What an absolute battle by Kent State to take what they believe is theirs. It's that Infernal Soul, what they put all the baskets in. Eggs in the Star Pwner basket for. They will claim it. I have a replay. I don't think it catches the end, but I want you guys to watch Star Pwner here. After we see Chicken Delivery Zanya's, they switch focus here. Star Pwner, he's on that little plan here. He will now go target Luigi Mash. Flash over, auto R. She pops from half health. He's able to jump and DPS, but they take him down. But ultimately, it's Chicken Delivery on the Aatrox who can carry the long fight because he can heal sustain. He has Death Dance, he has Conqueror, and they didn't have an answer for him in that fight. Chicken Delivery almost 1v9s the fight. At the end of the day, it's the lasting members of Kenny and Rekt who are able to win it at the end of the day again and take the Infernal Soul. That is massive for this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chicken Delivery there, if he had his ultimate, the World Ender, right there in that fight, in that 1v2 situation, he wins that, hands down. But he didn't have his ultimate. So he doesn't have that bonus AD, he doesn't have that extra healing that he could be dishing out to these champions.
He never had ulti there?
No, he burnt it early on. in that fight.
Oh,
he burnt
that's
it
right.
when he got hooked by Blitzcrank when he
Yeah,
was on the
yeah.
flank in the back line.
I mean, that's probably what I would do if I got yonked by
Oh, yeah.
Boostinator. But you could argue if you're going to stopwatch after the hook, don't R first.
Exactly.
You want that R time. Yeah.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Okay. And now it's Baron time. York, I think, would be happy to chill for 4 minutes 30 and look for an Elder steal or an Elder fight, because the one way to beat an Infernal Soul comp is by getting Elder, and it's anybody's Elder if you can get your jungler in the pit with Smite. I think that's one strategy. Other than that, they can have faith in the Ezreal and the Orianna to scale, and the Aatrox, of course. But we'll see how either team plays Baron. We see Condorex in the bot lane on Mordekaiser. I don't see Chicken Delivery going that way. Chicken Delivery is the only TP on York University, and he is in the pit. He's not playing away from the Baron. He's on the Baron at this moment, meaning Condorex can generate some pressure in the bot side here as he pushes that wave. Someone will have to answer it, and I think it will be Chicken he's recalling. All right, so you got Infernal Soul. What is your move, Keck, here if you are... If you are Kent State, what is the move?
If we are Kent State. Well, I mean, they look to go for... Oh, we have a pause right now.
Another pause. I mean, you could just watch the end of this fight then as Chicken Delivery... this is a tricky... Oh, that Q3 was really nice, knowing Kenny would probably take that. He hops over his E, but then goes back in. Kenny Zanya's on the empowered auto attack. Chicken could not get that heal.
I think he thought that the Zanya's was down there in that fight.
Right.
Nobody ever expects the Zanya's.
Especially at the end of a long fight, right?
Precisely.
Yeah, so if it's the end of a long fight and this Lysandra has been through so much, she's really low out of mana, when you go for that passive auto for that heal, you don't expect the Zanyas to come in. And then he had Volibear running at him and chose to Q instead of maybe trying to stick the auto before the volley burst, but I think either way he was dead, and we are back in action.
You were asking me what Kent State does now with this Infernal Soul, what this lead.
What is the play?
Right now, because they have that Infernal Soul, that's so much extra bonus damage that they have. And right now the gold is dead even, but because it's dead even with that Infernal Soul bonus that they have, I think Kent State is in the lead here. They have the advantage. So they should be the ones pushing up the lanes, getting lane priority, walking in that jungle, and getting Baron with vision.
Yeah, you can basically clear all the vision in the river out, right? Which might not be easier said than done. But once you do that, your Blitzcrank in Fog of War is such a threat. Most teams don't even know how to approach it, how to path and who to send in first. So now we see some vision battles coming in here. Starpwner on 4 items now. He has the Last Whisper. Or, I'm sorry, the Lord Dominix. Ezreal has Death Dance, so that's when that champion kind of gets ridiculous. Laser King here. Remember, he had a Quadra earlier in the game. Has the potential to pop off, carry these fights.
Right, and now that he has that completed Death Stance, he has 40% CDR now. So he's going to be able to throw those Qs out as much as he wants. So we just see some wave pushing coming in from both teams here. Both teams are just fighting to get priority in these lanes, shoving up that minion wave so they can go into the jungle to set up vision.
But the Elder clock is ticking, right? And I think that's when everything gets spicy. I think these seconds matter a lot. Once it gets down to like 1 minute until Elder, then it's like who are we sending where exactly, right?
Right. Ideally here, Kent State wants to get this Baron before Elder spawns.
Oh,
and
look
then
at
as you
this.
see here, they are doing it right
The
now.
over-the-wall Starpwner start. This is genius. It probably won't get sussed out for a few seconds as you see these guys are still tussling over.
Oh, and Musinator is actually going to trick them here. Look at that. They think there's something going on. There was a possible fight here. When the whole time, Kent State was sneaking the Baron.
That is beautiful. We talked about the Tristana range. I didn't know that play.
And here comes Kenny. Flashes forward, gets a 3-man route. Here comes Wrecked as well, jumping in with the Volibear ultimate. He is massive here, being a huge frontline for his team. While Flare Pyre looking for the showstopper into the backline, gets massive damage done as well. And Aileros with the Lux ultimate gets a snipe onto Musinator here, saying it's better support wins.
Laser King, no, and Aluros. The two backliners, when they're together and they're untouched, if you're using all your resources to deal with Chicken Delivery and Flare Pyre, the Ezreal can still free fire, but at the end of the day, Kent State with a really, really beautiful Baron take, they will be able to clean up their base and have that pressure leading into Elder. But I should add that Elder is any team's game. The team who gets that Drake can probably win the fight despite the Infernal or the Gold. I just think Elder buff is that strong, so we'll have to see these teams rush to get there, get control, and find a proper angle to win a fight.
And really unfortunate here, like Mordekaiser really just doesn't have a really good way to get into these fights. And we see him, he just kind of dies in a very inopportune spot.
Mordekaiser is awful in Ezreal. Oh, Chicken! That was huge! That was actually huge!
Chicken steals the Scuttle Crab here. They were going to have the Shrine buff for this Elder Drake.
Yeah, that's so important. I love that snag. But yeah, like I was saying, Mordekaiser kind of falling off, did not curve in this game. Really useless into Ezreal. You know, can stand up to set probably, but other than that, he has issues with the York comp, but that's okay. They can channel their energy through other members of the roster.
And now we're looking for this Dragon. It's huge for both of these teams here. The team that takes the Elder Dragon wins the fight and probably has map control for the next good 2 or 3 minutes.
Look at the control. They kind of have to back up while Blitzcrank's hook's on cooldown. I'm sure it's up now. It's probably like 8 to 12 seconds at this point. But now with York University full control of the river, my question is, do they tag Elder? They should tag Elder and bring it to their side, right?
And look at this in the mid lane right now. Starpunter's actually getting priority here. He's threatening the mid inhib.
They needed to start this Elder the moment they had control of the river. Elder doesn't do that much damage to you, but we'll see. Hook
and Blitzcrank Hook gets a priority target onto Luigi Mash, forces the Shockwave and the Arcane's proc. And look at that, Moosinator's going so low. Flare Pie deep in the back line. Chicken delivering a 1v1 with Ponderex. And he's going to be able to get out of the death round. But look at this, Starpunter finds a flank. He's jumping in onto Luigi Mash.
Oh, Star.
Gets the kill, forces the heal. But it looks like this fight is going into the favor of Kent State University.
It is, even though Laser King and Aluros are still pretty healthy, Laser King was not able to DPS.
Oh, it's Chicken delivery with the disrespectful recall. Kenny goes right in with the claw and gets the secure kill. Elder Dragon goes over to Kent State.
Yeah, that Elder, that's massive. Kent State has gotten everything now. This is their game to win. They will look for an end, and Kenny could probably do this.
Yeah, Kenny can probably do this. He throws the Q, but Kenny?
He's like, guys, did I not call to kill bot lane right here? Anyway, Kent State's still in the driver's seat here as they will break base, starting with middle inhibitor. That's a pretty good start, but not the best inhibitor to get. Rect wants to leave Red up, but Scumbag Rect will take it and steal it. I'm just kidding. It died to his Amorate.
No, I meant
his Sunfire, right?
Kenny with the limit test there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
I have a replay of the fight if we can take it. Yeah, look at this brawl over Drake. So my first thought was Laser King is not under threat, right? This Ezreal is doing a ton of work. But watch Starpunter. He wraps around the top and jumps in and just taps Luigi Mash. Easy peasy. 3 autos. He's dead. Flashes. And that threat forces Laser King. You see how he flashes there. That kill right there, that Starpunter, I think, took control of that area and resulted in them getting Elder. So this Tristana full build. Not only did we see the creative Baron take with the Tristana, that's something I'm putting in my notebook right now, actually. Not only that, but Starpunter on this champion has scaled into an assassin that can also DPS. And they're getting a ton of objectives from it. But it's remarkable how close the game is still and how long it has gone. Despite Kent State getting Infernal Soul, Baron, and Elder, York is still in this, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Dragon is just too strong of a buff.
Yeah, and you have to kind of respect and give everything. I think you can even give this inhib, but a lot of teams won't want to. I'm not sure what the right call is.
Oh, and the hook to Luigi Mash. Moosinator. My gosh.
Yeah, Moose hitting hooks today. He's hit like probably 10 of them, 5 being Ezreal Arcane Shifting, but the other 5, whew, that was a great one.
Yo, I'm pretty sure the Blitzcrank Rocket Grab is supposed to be a skill shot.
Oh.
This guy looks like it's pointing, makes it look like it's point and click.
Yeah.
Okay, I know, I take that back. I spoke too soon.
Keck, what are you even talking
Caster
about?
Chris, I'm sorry.
It's a skill shot.
And the first tower does go down here. It looks like there's going to be a fight. Volibear ulting in. Forces the tower to go down. and be inactive. Aileros is going to go down as well. Star Partner with the final auto, fadeaway auto, jumps in deep. They're looking to kill down Chicken Delivery here, resurrecting from the Guardian Angel, not his ultimate. They got
no one's hitting the
that.
turret, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's going to be Kent State punching back and saying 1-1. That's why we have best of fives, Keck. If this was a best of one, we would never have known how it would went into game 2. We have it tied up 1-1. It's looking like it could easily be a 5-game series. Kent State with some draft adjustments, banning the GP, using red last pick to get a kill lane, a realistic kill lane in the Blitzcrank, and stomping bot. It was York University with a really solid effort to stay in the game, and they really had a realistic contest on everything. It just, everything went Kent State's way, and I think you could really trace it all back to their success they found in lane on the Tristana and with the Blitzcrank.
Precisely.
What do you think for draft adjustments now if you are York? I gotta ask you, Keck. What do you think? Pretty tricky, right? Because it's not, it's like, you don't ban Tristana, do you? Do you ban Lysandra? You know, like what do you think were the biggest issues there in draft? Or do you think the drafts were relatively even and it came down to really like play? Because the game was fairly even.
Well, I mean, it's kind of tough to say.
It is tough to say.
Because I don't think the draft was really that big of an issue. It was really just came down to Moosinator just smurfing on Blitzcrank. The guy just made hooks look like they were not skill shots. He just kept getting picks left and right around the map. And they really, really snowballed bot lane hard.
Yeah.
You saw how strong Tristana was out of the laning phase. But just looking, if you were to ask me from a pure draft standpoint, Ezreal was still relevant in the game. That Tristana might have smashed bot lane, but Ezreal was still doing his job. He was still dishing out damage. So I don't think draft really was too much of an issue here. We just really needed to mitigate some of that bleeding out in that bot lane.
All right, well, that sounds like a plan to me. We'll have to see how they adjust. That's it for us for right now. We will go to a quick break before we get to this epic Game 3 between York University and Kent State. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back. I'm not really sure exactly how this matchup goes, but we do see 2v2 top and a 1v1 in the mid. Evelyn is with the Renekton and possibly tower diving, but Mayama Big D is there too. Look, here's the 2v2.
And he's just going to take some Q damage from the Evelyn, but he doesn't care. He's sucking the Krugs, getting himself some HP.
And there's no better time to be taking Krugs, am I right? Evelyn's looking to go in Tri-Brush. Maybe I'll counter jungle Krugs while you stack a wave and then we'll dive, but Fiddle's already there. Oh.
And there's looking like another 1v1 here in the mid lane. And Troy 1 flashes forward, probably not necessary, but the second Q from his passive is going to be enough damage to finish off the Galio.
Luigi Mash. Dancing with the devil with that.
Oh, but here comes the Renekton. He's going to use the showstopper, bringing Renekton back into the turret, but he's still has the level 6 advantage. I don't know if Chicken Delivery wants to fight this. Remember, Troy 1 has the Haymaker. Go back, Director Tool, please. And Renekton's going to flash forward. He gets the kill, gets level 6.
Chicken Delivery wins the melee duel. The brawlers in the mid lane did not even have ultimate, but that's probably why Troy took the fight. It looked to me like with fleet footwork and Ghost, Troy was going to be able to kite in and out of the Renekton and win that.
And another thing is the bot lane of York University are just too far up without vision. There's a pink ward in that river bush. And Laser King, unfortunately, is going to get taken down here. Blitzcrank hook onto the flashless Lulu. Great kills going over to Miami University. Good tracking of the timers. Aileros' flash was not up for a good 10 seconds there.
And this Fiddle has, as we see the replay here, so Renekton wins that fight, but you're crashing the bot wave. So York University needs to kill this wave and get it in. This is their most vulnerable time. If Blitzcrank decides to set them up for a gank, it's the time window. So we see Fiddle is in the blue quadrant in this replay. Oh, the minimap is not synced to the replay. But yeah, if you're looking to crash the wave, you need to be aware of jungle ganks. And I think if a Fiddle can gank you pre-6, you are making major awareness errors because his lack of tools. He was flashless. It was the Blitzcrank flash setting up a walk-up to silence fear you. That gank is not potent enough to get most really high-level bot lanes that are extremely aware of what's going on in the game.
Especially since the Lulu is flashless. She needs to be respectful of that engage. And now, here we go, like Zerking is also himself is going to be losing his flash as well. So this is just another lane that Fiddlesticks is going to look to constantly engage himself onto. And here we're looking for more cheese. Blitzcrank is going to use the Hex Flash. He Hex Flashes into the bush so that they can't see him. Runs right at Caitlyn, going for the knockup, but Caitlyn here's with using her range, finding a lot of damage. And here, looking at the mid lane, Troy1 is looking for an engage onto Luigi Mash. Luigi Mash uses the taunt, the force, and slow Troy1, preventing damage from coming through. But there's just aggression in the mid and bot lane. There's aggression all over the map. In here, like you said in Champ Select, Evelynn is now on that top side. They're looking to make that 2v2 play onto Lucent. Lucent doesn't have cleanse. And so here comes the stun. Okay. Lucent's going to have to force the flash to get out.
His cleanse was down. If that charm hits, he dies 1,000%. So
Right.
now he's cleanseless and flashless. You need to come back, Flare Pyre. You need sack everything else. What's most important is denying Quinn of minions, getting plates, getting Renekton a kill would be great. Getting Herald. Just commit to the top side.
Oh, and Troy1 is going to pull in the Galio, looking for more damage here. Hex Slash again from Cleave, gets the hook onto Lulu, but Lulu has flash this time. Does she need to use it? She's going to burn it. But lots of damage. The Samira ultimate doing massive damage as well. Fiddlesticks with the Crow Storm going in, silences and is draining the kill onto Lulu, but pops the stopwatch. Will he be able to get out if Blitzcrank walks up there and
He
takes
did.
the tower?
Blitz went and took aggro. Look at his health.
Very well played from Miami here to turret dive that. Oh, and like we see here in that interaction, even though Quinn did use the vault, the stun was still able to go off. Mid lane, more action as well. Troy1 taking some damage onto Luigi Match, but unfortunately, here comes Evelynn.
He has Merc Treads. He does not care about these two, and that's why Set is so good here. You're in a double AP, you rush Merc Treads. He already has a Null Magic Mantle on top of it. He's not afraid of that Evelynn whatsoever.
And that's just the power of Set mid, especially into a team that drafted double jungle mid AP.
Exactly, so don't gank your AP lane. Use your Galio to go somewhere else.
Set.
Fight somebody who can't afford to buy Merc Treads, like Quinn.
And so here we see it looking like Galio's looking to make a play up in the top lane. Ultimate is up. Set is resetting right now, but if he walks through here, oh, he's just going for a river bush. They see that the Set has chosen to go for the reset.
Fiddle's going to get his red, get Krugs, and then have a presence in top lane while...
Chicken Delivery using the Cutlass to deny the Lucent recall, but he's going to use the Ruthless Predator and stun a minion.
Yep, you know, when you're an angry crocodile, sometimes you just want to stun something, and you can't ever get your hands on Quinn, so take your anger out on the minion.
Oh, but here's Mayama Big T. He's up here in the top lane. They know that he burnt the Cutlass. He's going to have to force the dominance early to give himself some extra rage, but the Crowstorm comes through. Fear into the knockback. Chicken Delivery has no way to outplay this.
And Mayama Big D is walking up to people and channeling Crowstorm right in front of them while they have no way to get out. It's kind of sad. Yeah, Chicken Delivery flashless there. And we saw him greed for that push. It's such an awkward lane state. Oh,
and here we see some bot lane action. Troy1 is well here. He's going to pop the Showstopper, gets the knock onto Laser King. The ultimate from the Wild Growth is not going to do anything to keep Laser King alive, but Flare Pass able to get the return kill onto IBN's Samira here. So 1-for-1 in the bot lane, even though the jungler was committed to the top side, but Galio Luigi Mash just didn't seem to move.
and in hindsight, as the observer, a Polymorph...
Oh, and a Cleave gets a hook onto Flare Pie here. Polymorph coming in from the Lulu, but the tenacity from Set. The Polymorph means nothing. Flash coming through to dodge the Galio Justice Punch.
No respect for Cleave's hook.
And he's just running right back at Luigi Mash. Here comes the Caitlyn ultimate. He's going to have to pop the Haymaker to give himself the shield to mitigate the damage.
Lots of misplays here in the bot lane for York University. That's all I'm going to say. Which is easy for us to say. We have full information, full vision. We're not in the heat of the moment, and we're not getting pressured by this Miami team. But that was just not properly played, and Miami up 5K.
Yeah.
And I think Evelynn needs to use Drake. So Miami wants Drakes, right? Miami always gets Drakes. Okay. Give up Drake. When Drake goes down, you better be on the top half of the map and go kill Quinn.
Right, because Renekton is your shining point. This is the champion that you want to get you through that early mid game. The champion that gets you to that late game team fighting, so you can use the Lulu to power up your carries.
And we see how Quinn hasn't committed to tier 2 boots. She can't go Tabbies or Mercs yet. I know she wants to rush her item, but it's because you have an AD AP top. It has to happen. Welcome back to the League of Legends Saturday Series Grand Finals, brought to you by One Life to Play. This is the consolation match, so third place match. I'm Diddy.
Now I'm Keck.
And we are looking at Game 3 between Kent State University and York University, two colleges here from really cold weather states that just know how to grit out series. They are 1-1, and we are already in pick band, where I want to mention, Keck, we start to see priority over set develop in this series. We saw, I believe it was Kent State first picking it away from York. Both teams really wanting set. I'm wondering if he's going to pop up in the bans, but so far we've seen some same bans coming out from either team. York with first pick. Will it be set again? Keck, what do you think?
Hold on 1 second.
We have same bans for York, and it probably will be same bans for Kent, except the Blitz ban now. Thresh, Blitz, and Leo, and it's a Samira slam from York University. I love it. Been talking about Samira for a couple of weeks now. Teams, I think, are finally ready. It gets answered by Misfortune. And there's the set. So while drafting Samira first, you're giving up that set. You could have drafted set first and still ended up with Samira, in my opinion. Let's see, on the back end. The
I actually don't know about that. Maybe Laser King does play at Samira.
It could be right. You could be right about that.
And,
yeah, we will not know for sure.
As Double Lift has said on Twitter, he played Samira for the first time, and the champion is insanely overtuned. So
was Samira banned in the past? This is what I don't know. If I knew that, I'd say.
In the past 2 games?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
she
she
was? Okay, so okay. So that's a good first pick. They give up the set, though. It will be MF with a Galio, possibly, yeah, in response to Kenny on Lysandra. So it looks like Kent State have all the pieces that they want. We've seen the Pantheon support come out from Kent State and find success. We saw it with the Lucian in the past. I think maybe a Jinx once, but I'm not sure about that. Pair with the Samira, I think it's a great pick. And then Kenny again on Lysandra, where we know he's very comfortable with this champion. He is a play-making guy. 2 bans from York University are going to be Volibear and Mordekaiser. This is to open up chicken delivery in a lane where he doesn't have to go against one of these, you know, I guess bruiser tanks in the top. Maybe they want a skill matchup for him.
They didn't ban Ornn.
Ornn has gone like unpicked in like 1 ban this whole series. I don't think York wants to put chicken on Ornn, but they will save top for last pick. I think that's spicy. I love it.
This is so funny because that means Conrex is just going to go straight to the Ornn pick. If they grab Misfortune, if they grab the Recon here, I think that's a good pick. Well, I'm expecting an Ornn.
What are they setting up to counter Ornn then? If you're going to ban Volibear, Mordekaiser, and not Ornn, and then they take it, that tells me you're preparing something into the Ornn, and what can that be? Like, I know Aatrox is fine in an Ornn, but I don't think... we'll have to see. I thought Jax...
There's Ornn.
There it is. I thought Jax was great in an Ornn, but you know what? I played it this week. It was pretty hard.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty hard. I was like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be so free.
The champion that really... champions that really excel against
Fiora.
Ornn are scaling champions.
That suck into Ornn?
No, that do well into Ornn.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know.
Sense.
No one's played it on the world stage, but I think in China and NA, they pick Kale into Ornn.
Oh, that's right.
Kale is a really good pick into Ornn.
Fiora is one that I would go to if I wasn't practicing Jax, I think. Fiora is pretty free. Silas, that's a notable pick as well. This would be really hype. This would be Cap's V2, chicken delivery style.
Oh, but we don't want to see Cap. We don't want to talk about that game.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 2 weeks ago. And Renekton.
I think Redhawks is a great pick here.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. I just would have liked to see some spicier. I want to see... Silas got me excited. I wanted to see something like Fiora Jax, but Renekton made it all the way through. Chicken delivery will go ahead and take that. It's into Condurex on Ornn. I think Renekton wins this matchup pretty outright in the early game and can look to translate that into a lead. One thing I don't see on the comp of York University is a hyper-scaling threat, right? And these games have been going long. Keck, do you see that as a weakness in York's draft, that they don't have Ornn items and Graves and Samira to really scale with? They kind of...
Yeah, I mean, I think what it comes down to, York University really needs to snowball their early game. They really have to... I mean, not early game, but like early mid-game. They can't let the game run too late.
That's right.
Samira, Ornn items... Yeah, great. Like, they have so much late game on Kent State here. And then York University, like, I mean, a well-timed misfortune ult can do damage, do wonders here.
Yeah.
But they really don't. You're right. They really don't have that late-game hyper carry potential.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we'll have to see how it shakes out. So we will send you to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back as these guys load in for an epic Game 3 to break this 1-1 tie. I'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. And it has to be the Renekton. There is no other option.
Right.
But Troy, he understands this too.
Oh, and unfortunate for Flare Pie there. They just randomly found him in the jungle. That's just unfortunate for him. And here goes the Crowstorm. Finds the suppress and the ultimate from Troy 1 onto the Galio. They're just running around the map killing people now.
They are just running around the map killing people. Keck, you nailed it on the head. That analysis is absolute fire.
Thank you. Thank you, Diddy.
I'm serious. Spot on with that analysis. And we see bounties on the top half. The half of the map that's supposed to be strong when you draft a Renekton. Evelyn is just behind, and this Quinn pick is working out like a charm. Has flash, has cleanse, not going to be easy to kill. Cleave is just target practice here in bot lane. And Flare Pyre trying to, what is it called? Salvage this lane. And I'm not sure if that's the right play.
Oh, and the Blitzcrank hole onto the Lulu. Again, forcing her flash.
Go in, Samira,
Here
go
comes
crazy.
Samira, popping the ultimate, looking for a return kill. Galio teleporting down into this bot lane to stop Troy's roam. But Troy won. Maybe he's biting up more than he could. Haymaker does so much damage. He is now on a killing spree. And now IBN is going deep for the Caitlyn kill. And Galio's trying to get a return kill onto Troy 1 as well. But Samira does so much damage. The taunt shut down. Double kill going over to Luigi Mash on this Galio here.
Luigi Mash, more like Luigi Bash for the double kill with the Galio passive auto. Great job, good punish, good being on the map by Galio. Great job here. We see this skirmish where...
Oh, but AD carry forgot that there was a Fiddlesticks in the game.
Bien goes a bit deep here, right, on Samira. Naturally, as a champion, kind of has to go in to give value, but puts her in between Galio and the tower and Lulu. And they're able to win out in that situation.
And here comes Lucen going for the tower dive onto Renekton. But even with the cleanse to get out of the stun, he's still going to die to the tower.
So you saw he E's. He gets the W on the E. I think if he insta-cleanses it, he could maybe run out of there. I think that was a bit slow, but man, Big E is just eating.
Oh, and again, the team of Miami are just walking into the jungle, and they find Flare Pie. Unfortunately for him, the Galio is not fast enough. And they're trying to steal away the red buff, but the team of York doesn't want to give it away for free. Oh, and the Crowstorm. Crowstorm finds no. Oh, but the Blitzcrank hook pulls the Caitlyn into the Crowstorm. Exhaust going on to Miami Big D here. It's going to be a shutdown going over to Laser King's Caitlyn. But here's Troy 1 looking for more damage, but he's going to walk straight into a trap.
I'll say it, Keck. I'm going to call him out.
And Laser King secures the red buff.
How? With what? Oh,
with
Q?
With the Peacemaker.
This was a disrespectful Crowstorm with no setup, and it gets punished. Great job, York University.
And now we look at here. Galio's a bit too far up. Justice Punch trying to get out. Hey, Showstopper's going to bring him back. Oh, and now we look at bot lane action. Evelyn getting a kill onto the Blitzcrank. But Samir's going in with the ultimate. Caitlyn's running away from
He can do it again.
Here comes the 1v3, but unfortunately not able to find the mark. But Aeliora's double buff transfer complete.
And this is a Bloodthirster rush.
Oh, but here comes Lucent. Gets the kill onto Lulu. These double buffs are not going anywhere. They want to just... I mean, they're going everywhere.
This Fiesta-style game, oh my god.
Oh, and here comes Big D with the Crowstorm onto the Renekton here. But he's under the dirt, forces the dominance. He's running for his life. And Big D is just taunting him. But the Blade of the Ruin King comes through, stun coming as well. Oh, he's forcing the stopwatch. The Zonias. And he's still chasing down him. Here comes the silence. Troy 1 popping the ghost, running straight for chicken delivery. He's tanky, man. He doesn't care that there's a tower there. He flashes forward, goes for the pole, but unable to find the mark. Chicken delivery is going to be able to get out.
That's well played by Chicken Delivery there, and maybe an overstep to try to flash that for Troy when the Renekton, what's it called? Slash and dash? Reaping something? The caster's always calling when I
Slice
watch.
and dice.
Slice and dice.
Slice and dice.
He still had the slice, so you can't flash on him. If he's quick enough, he will avoid it.
Right.
But Miami just crow storming on cooldown and invading jungle, finding looks. Lucent on Quinn loves this Fiesta style game.
And Blitzcrank just loves to pull whoever he wants this game. Everyone is a good target for him to pull. And here comes Lucent going for an engage onto Caitlyn. So much damage from the lethality, but here comes the wild growth from Lulu. Blown up by Flare Pie and Laser King here. Big damage going down onto the Quinn, thinking she could really blow her up, but unfortunately she can't.
Another disrespectful look by Miami University without setup.
Oh,
Gets
but here
punished.
comes the flash from Cleave. He looks for an engage. And here comes the Galio ultimate. Again, like you said, another disrespectful engage from Miami here.
And they could have been getting Infernal this whole time. So, a little bit of relaxing and maybe funsies from Miami.
Definitely looks like a solo queue game at this point.
Definitely does. Which is great for Quinn if she's not 1v3.
Oh, is Mayama Big D going to go for another one of those Crow Storms?
Is Mayama Big D going to go for a crow storm? Keck, just watch. He's doing it to
And he
Dragon.
Crow Storms the Dragon!
He's
gonna
just
get-
crow storming everything that looks at him wrong.
Oh my gosh.
He's getting his reps in, that's
Oh,
for
but
sure.
here's Lucent looking for another engage onto Caitlyn here. And Troy 1 looking to run down the team, but walks into a trap, unfortunately. This set is so fast. He has Ghost, he has his Q to speed up when he runs at a champion, he has Dead Man's Plate.
Oh, yeah.
This champion is incredibly fast.
But I will say, I think, this is where Set is probably his strongest. At the end of the day, the scaling of Set is you kind of just get a tank that can play make, which is great. And we are back, locked and loaded into the Rift for Game 3 of the League Saturday Series Grand Finals Consolation Match. This is the third place match. The winner of this game wins money, is in the prize pool. The loser of this game takes fourth. Top three are in prize. This is a very important series here. Best of 5, remember, so it's first to 3 wins. Both teams are 1-1. As we see a 5-point by either team. Heck, there has been no level 1 activity this entire series.
And I really hate to say, I love those level 1
Me too.
shenanigans.
Me too.
Oh, wait, hold on. I might
Wait.
get my wish here. Flare Pie looking to get some damage onto Rekt here, but Rekt is going to win that trade, actually.
Other than that, back to still waters. The calm before the storm.
Yeah, the rest was dancing for us. Looks
Oh,
like
he
not
got
anymore.
shy.
Looks like not anymore, though.
He doesn't like to dance on camera.
I see. That is unfortunate.
And well, Keck,
Yes.
we said it before the game started. I personally think York needs to get off early here and
Oh,
get
yeah.
ahead.
They
before
really need to
face-
snowball that Renekton pick, because if that Renekton pick doesn't get online, they have no mid game. Like if they don't get that lead into early mid game, Kent State is just going to scale up here with the Samira pick, the Ornn pick, the Graves pick. They have so much mid late game damage here.
They do. They really do. And we see Firepower starting topside pathing towards bot, and so is Graves. So it's a mirror start. Both junglers starting top heading bot. Graves, I think, could really switch it up, but your first jungle path is away from the Renekton. I'm not sure what the plan is there, but we'll have to see.
For now, we're just going to see some standard farming from all three of the lanes. And the junglers are just pathing towards their side of the map. Oh, look at this. Chicken delivery. Mincing my words. Looking to be really aggressive on that Ornn.
Wouldn't you say you should path your set bot to top and look for an early gank, or is that too predictable and they want to next level forehead the jungle path?
Well, based off what we see like so far from York University, is that Chicken Delivery like really does play extremely well without jungle assistance.
That's right. That's a great
He
point.
doesn't have very much jungle proximity.
He's like, I'll win this solo. Don't worry about me. If I get ganked, I could probably turn it past 6. Just play to the MF Rakan is definitely a lane you can play to as well. Plenty of setup and KO potential between Rakan and Set on the setup and the MF with that tap damage. Oh, that's going to hit for 132. That's a big
But the
chunk.
same could be said here for the side of Kent State University as well, because Musinator here on that Pantheon support.
Yes, they are both
such strong engage.
They are both scrappers with Conqueror in the bot lane. So if it turns into a 3v3 and you don't insta-give one of the Conqueror champions, they're going to, you know, be ramping in that fight, and it'll look ugly. Junglers are taking opposite side scuttles right now, with Rekt ending up on the top side, and I'm sorry, Rekt on the bot side and Flare Power on the top side. Both kind of looking mid and both going to their own Raptors. Both at 20, so their players have low-key been mirrored until this point. Both junglers could be looking Krugs after this as their last remaining camp, unless they want to invade. Set's going Krugs, and Graves is going River.
Yeah, they're just like on the complete opposite sides of the map from each other.
Graves now spotted by York University. Yeah, this is
And oh, if you look at the waves stay in the top lane right now. Oh, hold on. There might be a possible gank going here down in the bot lane. The Pantheon looks for the engage onto Laser King and forcing him to flash. Aileron's looking for the grand entrance for a knockup, but not able to find anybody here.
So they saw Graves in the river, right? But look at their wave. It's pushing, well, now that they just killed, they can, I'm not sure. But it was pushing away to where they, even though they saw Graves, they couldn't afford to leave. Otherwise, they would risk getting frozen on and losing
But look at this. We're seeing an engage from Luigi Mesh onto Kenny here with the Aftershock, really mitigating a lot of Kenny's damage here and really taking the advantage here in that trade.
Notice both mid laners have Aftershock, and they are just set up. Essentially playmaking. This is Luigi Mesh and Kenny's playstyle, I would say, is these kind of setup playmaking champions. And I remember Kenny in more highlights than Luigi Mesh, but we'll have to see when they go toe-to-toe with these Aftershock traits. It's definitely interesting. Conrex with a clapback chicken delivery, but he's down 20 CS. That's a lot.
Oh, and look at this chicken delivery. Really wants to do damage here onto that Ornn. And look at here for York, I believe it's Kent State are actually on the dragon right now.
Yep, I think they'll get it.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a dragon completely uncontested from York University.
You know, when they gank the MF and then they eventually push that wave back into the MF, who is that was enough for them to get Drake. Because I think MF no flash there. And everybody has flash. Pantheon, Samira have flash, and Graves. If MF approached that situation, I think they could have just all-in on her and killed her.
Not too much action, as I say. Looking here down in the bot lane, Pantheon going in for a stun onto the enemy team, and double knock-up, full stun into by Flare Fire here. Musinator is going to get first blood. He gets the return kill. Star Punter's actually going back in. He's looking for 2 kills. That is 2 kills going over to Kent State University here. And Star Punter gets a double kill.
Yo!
And Condorix is looking to go down as well. Teleport from Galio. And chicken delivery. What happened, man?
I don't know what even happened there, but Star Poner popped off on the Samira. They're able to claim 2 lives before she goes down. Remember, we talked about the Pantheon Samira. I genuinely missed the chicken delivery play. Did he dive turret and die?
Oh, yeah, he dove turret and died.
The replay I was focusing on is watching this skirmish here. It really looked like Star Poner and Musinator down here just 2v3ing, absolutely. And this TP is the mid laner. So after that effort, oh, and now we get to see again what Chicken Delivery did. He was going for KO, but wait on the screen.
Oh, Musinator here in the mid lane, the Pantheon roam. Possible kill into Galio, but no, Luigi makes really well-timed flash to dodge the last bit of damage here. And getting himself some extra distance.
Yeah, and we see Musinator kind of on the roam already. That leaves Samira alone with MF right now, and Rakan going to be there soon. And yeah, it looked like Chicken Delivery had kill threat on Conrex, but he was able to get away, so really nice, well-played solo kill by Conrex. But looking at the farm, I'm really not worried for the Renekton. He still was doubling Conrex's farm not too long ago, so I would call the matchup about even after that. Dang, that is a scary Samira already. Because I think we've all seen Samira do some insane things with her ultimate and Conqueror, but to see that happen so early. Now we see Flare Fire is on the bottom side and Wrecked is on the top side for Kent State. The objective is probably Herald, so I'm looking to see if Graves is going to approach Herald and start it. If he does, this looks like an angle where Flare could possibly gank.
Oh, let's see. Star Poner now on that Samira is level 6 now, so she has access to that ultimate. And we've seen how dangerous and how scary that ability is.
You might even need Grievous Wounds to kill this champion already, because she is 2 kills at 6. Like, she's going to go back and get that Reaver, and then Conqueror Reaver and her ulti. Like, you need Grievous. Mark my words, there will be a time where they don't have Grievous and they fight without it, and Star Poner goes off because of it. I just see it so often.
And now, because Condorix, yes, he got the kill onto Chicken Delivery from Chicken Delivery's a bit of an overdrive. He's still 35 CS down.
Right. And once Bork comes in, it doesn't matter that he has Bramble. He's still up a few hundred gold. Anyhow, once that Bork comes in, it's going to be heavily Renekton favored for a while because he could go right into Cleaver as well.
Right.
And the bot lane from York is getting frozen out. I think they genuinely need help in their lane.
It looks like Condrick has found Chicken Delivery here, pops the Ornhorn. And here comes the Galley ultimate here to help his top laner out. Massive knockup onto Condrix, but he finds two-man taunt, and Kenny's going to get suppressed by the Showstopper. But there's so much damage coming from Kenny's ultimate here. They're so low. This fight is so close. The Haymaker does massive amounts of damage. Kenny with the fadeaway, claw away. He's so low.
It was so close. It still is so close.
And oh my goodness! And Luigi Match with the style points here, killing Rex when Rex thought he could get the third kill.
And it eventually is a 2-for-1 for Kent State, but it looked like it was going to be good for York. It looked like York ganking into. Oh, and this fight is already.
Oh, here look, some aggression in the bot lane here. Quickness from the Rakan being popped in. Exhaust coming down as well. Starponer's just not going to be able to pop his ultimate.
But we saw Kenny and Kent State were able to win a fight into Renekton's ulti and Galio ulti, right? And that, to me, just looks bad for York. I think they should have been able to turn that. It was insanely close, but Kent State actually wins it out. And now that Kent State's bot lane has broken their freeze, they're going to stack a double wave and probably look to recall, actually. But I was wondering if they're going to do anything with this push. We see Flare Pirate entering Dragon Pit. This, I think, is a pretty big Drake for both teams. York does not want to see Kent get the first two. And they definitely want Ocean in their pockets.
If you're York right now, it's probably feeling really pressured because remember, your team is the one that's on a ticking time limit.
Right.
And right now, these fights aren't going in their favor. They're so close, but Kent State is able to pull through and get ahead in these fights.
And your kills are really on your Galio, which to me does not translate into more pressure than if they were to be on.
All right, Chicken Delivery looking for some advantage for himself. Lissandra forced to use the Frozen 2 early on here. And here comes Condrix with a teleport to counter gank here. And they're looking to get the kill onto the Galio, the one person with all the kills.
Yeah. Galio goes down off of just multi-KSU members getting there. And it's, en route to Drake as well. So they'll take down the Deathless Galio, the last Deathless member of York, and they'll take Drake number 2. It's starting to look very dangerous in this game 3 for York University. If Kent manages to make another play like that and get the third, I think that will seal the deal in this game. Just the pressure of having that soul point usually is too much for teams to deal with. But Renekton will have Bork by the time that third Drake rolls around. We'll have to see if Chicken Delivery can pop off. He's still up 30 CS, most farm in the game. Or will it be Star Poner on the Samira? I said Samira was going to go Reaver first, but she picked up a Vamp Scepter, and I think she could be building Bloodthirster.
It looks like a Death Stance to me. Actually, I have no idea, because that could go Death Stance or Essence Reaver, because she has the Caulfields, which builds into both, but she has the other core components, the BF Sword, as well.
Yeah, BT. Either way, I don't think they'll be able to get through her healing without like early Grievous and some snowballing from Renekton Bork. Also, does Samira's W not block MFR like the whole thing?
It blocks until the thing until it comes down.
So
it's just like a
long,
Yasuo,
isn't it?
Huh?
It's pretty long, isn't it?
It's pretty long.
A few seconds, like 2-3 seconds. So she has a tool in her kit to just ignore the MF ult completely. That's might be problematic. As Moose can get an angle here, they're walking pretty close to him.
Star Punter with the passive damage, getting some good follow-up CC on top of the Pantheon W. And look at this, Chicken Delivery gets to level 10, instantly runs in at Condrix with his new level. Yeah, this is looking really tough here for York University.
Yeah, definitely. It's already almost a 4K gold lead. As we see Flare and Chicken looking for Rect and Kenny. Where are the mids? It's Luigi. He taunts early, so they'll probably just run away.
And here, looking like a fight in the bot lane here. Laser King by himself. Not respecting the fact that his support is roaming up in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's just too easy. All it took was the sums of the Pantheon, and it was a perma-dead MF. So, showing kind of the lethality of Pantheon in the bot lane.
I saw what you did there. And as we see here, Pantheon is the first item serrated Turk. That is lethality.
It's a lethal champion. And they will take that tier 1.
And here comes the Ornhorn here. Kenny here with the gank from this. And look like Luigi Mesh with the Galley ultimate looking to get some return damage here. Chicken Delivery being exhausted and run down. He's going to go down to Rect here. Great roam up from the jungler. And here Luigi Mesh is trying to run for his life as well. But the rest of the team from Kent State, they're not letting him run. They're going to kill him.
And Kent State just took bot lane tier 1 turret off the back of a Pantheon flash play. They are now able to send 3 members top and win a 3v2 where you're using your Galio Global Ultimate to not even save your Renekton, but to just also die. This is Kent State getting wins across the entire map with the better scaling comp and with much more gold in their pockets. I think this third Drake spawns, Kent State takes it, and it's GG right there.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention they're on a Herald number 2, just goes down right now. So they have every option in the world and all the time to play with as well.
You want to know why York University are not succeeding right now?
Why?
Galio didn't go Chicken Delivery Galio.
Wow. You're right. The synergy right there. Imagine your name is Chicken Delivery and you get an actual chicken delivered when you get ganked. That would give him a buff. But either way, here comes this third Drake. Not the end of the world for either team, right? It's not the soul itself. It's what would put Kent State on soul point. And for York, it would just be their first. Well, Keck, what are your percent odds of York getting this Drake?
Of York getting this Drake?
Yep. Wait, answer, hurry.
It went from 20% to 70%.
All right, and Flare Fire will pick up Moosinator off of just a bad face check and some really good punish. And it looks like it could be anyone's Drake. I wonder if Kent State, they will go ahead and drop that Herald. Chicken Delivery has to stick around and deal with it, which means it's actually a 4v4 in the river without the Renekton. So all eyes are on Renekton, whether or not he can join. If he can join, it's 5v4. He kills the Herald. He will move over soon. This gives York enough space to walk in and get control of the river. But if they're too long, Moose will just come back. Moose has ulti. I think they gave up their time window where they could have taken the Drake, and now we're looking at another 5v5 situation, which your odds were, if I heard correctly, 20%, but then it went up to 70. What is it at now?
Back down to 20%.
Okay, and I'll stop asking you this question there.
I mean, let's be real here. The answer is always going to be 50-50 because I got a coin right here.
Okay. Now, if you ask the
this.
Kent State guys, I'm sure they'd tell you 100% this is our Drake. At least that's what I would say.
You always have to keep in mind the potential for a steal.
Right.
That always takes in a small percentage here.
And that's what makes League such a crazy game, because at the end of the day...
And hold on, chicken delivery here. It looks going to pop the dominance early. Here comes the Ornhorn as well. Kenny goes in and finds multiple people rooted. And the charm, the quickness from Alaris finds a lot of taunts here. Floodpire really deep in the front line here, and B's gonna get blown up by Star Punter here.
Watch Star!
And Star Punter's going in deep with the ultimate here. Death Blossom doing so much damage. Look at that healing!
Oh my!
It doesn't matter!
Goodness.
Misfortune with the bullet time winding down onto Star Punter, but Star Punter does not care. She's just gonna heal it all up.
Heck, he smurfed it. He waited so patiently for the right time. He went in, and while he was stacking for his ulti, he dropped so low, but then healed so much. Let's get a replay and watch Star Punter. He's in the bottom right of your screen, the very bottom. He needs to avoid Galio ulti. Okay, no Galio ulti. Set Izu, you're okay. His teammates are dying. It's looking decent for a red team, but then he goes in 1v4, almost dies insta, and flashes in. Look at the healing. The bullet time does not even matter. It was a Samira at the end of the day, and Star Punter with that ballsy engage 1v4 wins them the fight. They now have 3 Drakes, and to me, that is GG. We'll have to see what York University can do. The fight did look pretty decent for them to start, but the Samira diff. And she has Reaver IE. She has Reaver IE pre-20 minutes with 3 Drakes. This looks like the recipe for success, and it looks like a Samira ban game 4.
And here we see here 14-5 in a composition that scales against a team that really needed to win early to mid game.
Yeah.
If you're York University, like, this game is kind of looking doomed for you.
Yeah.
And this is partly where you might want to start thinking about what can we do? What can we adapt to in game 4? What can we do better?
I think they could draft themselves some... Oh,
and Aileros is going to face check a Bush rooted stun. He's CC chained for days. Graves going to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. Killing spree for Rect.
and they should just start Baron. They see Galio bot, and yes, Galio has TP, but still, they should just go start Baron with that 1 kill. That's all they need. They're so far ahead. There's really no contest.
And this Baron looks like it's going to be done right at the 20-minute mark. And Conrix's going to take the Blast Bite over without his mid laner, forcing his mid laner to burn some mana. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Well, let's see if Flare can get in there and
It
steal.
doesn't look like they're even going to try to contest Flare Pie. Oh, here he is now. They actually have no idea that they're on the Baron. They're going to clear some vision first. Here comes the Ornhorn to dissuade any possibility of a steal. Blue team is going to secure the Baron. 21 minutes.
And now if our objective timers were up, we could see that Jake is probably 3 minutes out, 2:30. And now you have Baron. You play with your Baron in ideally 3 lanes for 2 minutes and 20 seconds, at which point you choke out that blue quadrant of York Universities, and you take that soul for free. It's only Cloud Soul. It's really probably not their, main concern in this game. I think you could end without it is what I would say. But either way, you can spend the next 2 minutes setting up almost guaranteed soul, at which point, if it wasn't already GG, it would be. Talking about Cloud Soul, imagine that on Samira. She gets multiple instances of that soul, doesn't she? Is there a cooldown? She can ulti.
No, her ultimate has no cooldown. It's like 2 seconds.
That's what I'm saying. So Cloud Soul, do you get it every time you ult?
Oh, then yeah, you'll get the burst of movement speed, right.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like, Samira might be one of the better Cloud Soul champions.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't think she really needs to ult more than 1 time a fight.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
But yeah, she'll be able to navigate around that fight pretty freely with her ultimate.
So it's not that often that Samira is actually ulti more than once? I thought that was like...
I mean, I actually have no idea. I don't play the champion enough to
Yeah.
So
We'll have to see.
don't take my words for it.
Keep an
And look
eye
at
out
this. Chicken Delivery is running at the brick wall here. And the brick wall is faster. Because Chicken Delivery doesn't have boots.
Oh. He didn't want to, He doesn't want any of his family members to die for him. Like leather boots,
Oh, true.
He's saving the alligators.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get them Nikes yet. And here, look at this. Conrix is now super comfortably just pushing this top lane. Now, he knows that Renekton doesn't have the damage to blow him up anymore.
Yeah. And this is the point where, you know, you've kind of fallen off. It's 23 minutes. Samira has 2 full items, and you don't have an IE yet on your AD, who's supposed to be your carry, but I don't see really any options.
Like, Condrix cannot die to Chicken Delivery anymore. Like, he has the bonus damage, bonus armor from the Sunforge. Oh, wait. And look at, yeah, I mean, Condrix is looking to possibly dive Chicken Delivery here. Chicken Delivery goes down so low. And here comes Ornn looking for a possible turn. Oh, Reg looking for the collateral damage to get a possible snipe on the Chicken Delivery, but he misses by quite a large margin. And look, the rest of the York University are rotating to the top side here. Rec might be caught out here. Gets slowed by the... And the Flash Showstopper into the Graves, into the bullet time. Well, CC's shutdown for Galio going over. And but because of that attention that they threw in the top lane, Cloud Soul goes over to Kent State.
That's okay. I think that is the spoils of war. You were going to have to give that Cloud Soul, and the fact that you can actually go get 2 kills and relieve some of the pressure, totally worth for York. The only thing better would have been stealing that Drake, but we see, watch Flare Pyre here. This is all him. Flash at the right angle to set himself up for the double E with the Galio on top. Both junglers in this series are very, very good set players, and I think that's why they've been stealing this champion back and forth from each other. Both of these guys I would love to have in my corner on that champion, just setting the plays up.
Correct, yes. But unfortunately, this game, Rect is showing how prominent he is on Graves as well. So it looks like Kent State is like, okay, you want the set? That's fine. We'll take the next junglers on that tier list, even above set. We'll play the Graves. We'll play these carry types of junglers here.
And I'm really curious to see how this set will be handled in the future, in the draft.
Oh, and look at this. Kenny finds misfortune on the recall. He's going to get frozen up by the Frozen Tube instantly. Samira's going in deep, pops the Death Blossom. Look at the damage she's doing here.
That Samira is disgusting. She has the super IE from Ornn and has not even completed her 3rd item. And we see recalls from York, so while they advance, they're going to be able to advance this turret, take this inhib.
This could possibly be the game.
It should be defendable, Keck, but you never know if Starphone...
And here comes Kenny. He's going in deep, goes for the root. It's taunted up by Luigi Mash here, but here comes Pantheon going in for the stun onto Renekton. This Renekton is actually extremely squishy. He has no armor. And now look at them. They're sieging up the bot lane tower here, looking for a second inhib.
Samir is critting for like 400 at this point, and that's... Oh, Aluros. Completely whiffs, gets stunned and dies. You can sense the pressure coming from Kent State, forcing the York members to force, I guess I should say.
And here comes the bullet time, looking for a massive amount of damage here. And Samira is actually getting chain CC'd by Renekton here. Chicken Delivery doing so much work in the back line. Here comes the Showstopper, not able to find any priority targets as well. They are just so far behind. And Condorix with the Blitzcrank BM. And as they drop the Nexus turrets.
At that point in the game, it wasn't just Samira. All the supporting cast members are all fed. They have their Ornn items. So even if Chicken Delivery was able to get onto Samira, it didn't matter. Nexus will fall. That's Kent State going up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. And Keck, I just can't stress enough how important that game 3 is in a best of 5. When you are 1-1, to be the team that goes up 2-1, insanely important. But League of Legends is a game where we see all kinds of reverse sweeps, upsets, like the momentum can sway back and forth. So if it really is York coming out and winning this game 4, then game 5 will be anyone's. But really great job to Kent State. I thought their draft was really nice. It had many options. They had double Conqueror bot lane. And they kind of were able to just play around Starpwner and his efficiency on that champion and get themselves a win.
I must say there's a reason Samira is permabanned.
Samira, perma, banned. True. Who else?
This is like the same thing on that notebook. You know, you saw Chicken Delivery's GP, ban GP, ban GP, ban GP. Now this is their turn to look at Kent State's draft notebook.
And say ban
Samira, ban Samira. Like, you don't let this champion through. There's a reason this champion's permanently banned.
That's right. And I know you said you don't play her much. I haven't played her much. I haven't seen her much. But what is the way to counter her? I think you need to smother her with people who can close the gap, like Camille.
Hard CC.
Hard CC?
Hard CC.
All right, well.
Because once Samira gets CC'd in her ultimate goes down. She doesn't keep ulting when she becomes CC.
That's right. All right, well, we'll have to see what adjustments these two teams make. We will head to a very quick break while these guys get into another champ select for our epic Game 4. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. But not the hardest scaling mid laner in the world. So you could even argue that Miami's comp falls off in comparison to the Kate Lulu scaling. There's no real hard tank to put up with the Kate crit, so I think if... I'm sorry.
Oh, and Blitzcrank's going to steal the blue buff? Oh, no. But he was close.
I think Laser King can carry this game with crits, and there could be a chance of the comp of Miami falling off. I'm looking for ways back into the game for York University. I think scaling is one of them. I think Lulu and Galio are stronger team
Oh,
fights.
here comes the Crow Storm onto Caitlyn. AD carried by herself.
Well, not anymore.
Oh, and the polymorph onto the Lucent here. Gonna deny some aggression. Blitzcrank going for a blind hook, hoping to find a target, but unable to find anything.
And Miami is actually going for kills instead of Herald here. They don't even care about Herald. Just gonna let it fade away and get
they're
eaten
just
by
padding
Baron.
they're just padding their stats. Here comes the Galio taunt, looking for an engage. Finds Mayama Big D. Blitzcrank hook finds Luigi Match, pulls him back into the team, but he's just so tanky. Oh, but here's Chicken Delivery. While the rest of his team is still under tier 2 turret mid, he is all the way out here in no man's land.
Face check.
Oh, face check from Flare Pie forces the Galio ultimate to keep him safe.
Big D has Crow Storm.
He does.
And he didn't instantly use it. I don't know what happened to his R button, if it's broken or something, but I would have expected him to use it by now.
I know, right? He's a Karthus player. I feel like his R button is his most important button.
Right. Oh, they are looking. It won't be long before he Crow Storms nothing, I'm pretty sure.
It'll happen at some point.
This is the most Chinese-looking game I've seen from Miami University. And the Chinese League of Legends is... Oh, man.
And here comes another ultimate. Oh, man.
Yep, they're just choking Vision now and using Fiddle to get over each and every wall, just diving everyone. My point was going to be about pacing and how Miami is playing such a fast pace this game. It kind of looks like a fiesta, but they know they just outplay. They win most situations. Troy, look at the Merc Treads. He's charmed for a half-second, Polymorph for a quarter of a second. He might have Resolve Runes. He could have Unflinching. Is that the right rune?
Unflinching with Legend Tenacity, with Merc Treads. That's probably around 70% Tenacity.
Right, so that Charm doesn't last, the Polymorph doesn't last, and that set is just a beef tank. Pretty hard to stop with that double AP.
Especially since he's not even building that much MR. He just has Merc Treads. He just has the Spectra's Cowl. But most of his items are armor items.
Right. He will be the hardest target for Caitlyn to kill. And Fiddlesticks just one-shots Kate. It's really hard. I don't think you can even polymorph the Fiddle fast enough to save your Kate at this point.
No, you'd have to have QSS for yourself or Mikhail's to block the fear before you can cast your polymorph. Because if you're next to Caitlyn when he Crow Storms in, you're going to get feared too.
And then you're both dead.
And then you're both dead. Precisely. Oh, and look at Galio. They're looking to dive him up there in the top lane. Let me see. Yep, here comes the teleport from Chicken Delivery to defer this dive.
You're TPing top, but Drake's up in 40. So there's your macro loss, I think.
Not to mention Queen can just pop ult and just run down there.
Fiddle is setting up Drake. It's a 2-3 split. 2 members top here, Lucent and Troy.
And here we look at this. Mayama Big D is looking for the Crow Storm, going mid lane. He gets the fear, he flashes forward. Flare Pie is going to get feared. Here comes the showstopper from Troy 1. He's deep in the backline, but look at Lucid. He's in the back looking for a secure kill onto Flare Pie. He gets the kill. Troy 1 is able to take down the Evelyn. And Luigi Max trying to run for his life as well. But here's Renekton on the side. Pops the dominance. He's going deep. He looks for Samira. He gets the flash stun. She's CC'd for so long, but the Samira ultimate coming through. She's life stealing so much. Killing spree going over to Troy 1. And here comes IPN. He's going to use the combos, and he's going in deep.
IBN slashing, dashing, and slashing the York University comp on this Samira, making it look like he's gotten his practice in. And I'm watching Set just soak this CC like it is absolutely nothing. This tenacious Troy here, just soaking everything, making it so easy. You saw Quinn flanking into like a 1v3. It's usually not the best Quinn look, by the way, but it works here. And the Fiddle Crowstorm was kind of troll. He didn't get the fear because he wasn't coming out of proper Fog of War and had a flash to even get the damage on them. Silences them in Zanya, so not the most proper Fiddle ultimate, but it doesn't matter. The gold lead is too much.
And the Red Bull's man, I'm a big D is like, no, that Red Bull's mine.
I mean, who's the carry here? He has a level on Troy.
It's true. Oh, and here comes Luigi Mash a little bit too far up again. And this is just Miami abusing these champions in the side lane.
Nice cleanse on the taunt. I think Galio needs to taunt her in the middle of her either, but I'm not even sure if that would have saved them at all.
No, Galio just shouldn't have been that far out. There's no turret to run back to, even if he were to get away. Heck,
we sound like a broken record. These guys should never be too far out against Miami, but they...
Oh, and here comes Seth. He's looking for a showstopper. He hits the showstopper onto Caitlyn. Laser King's going to be pulled into the Crowstorm from Miami Big D. Great execution coming in from Miami. And Renekton is just too far up. It's just in a bad spot as well. This is going to be Baron going over to Miami here.
The way we're acting is like they should just be sitting in base. They can't go anywhere. Miami is just always there, getting over the walls. Troy can just run through everything. He's an absolute monster. His third item is going to be a Locket. What an absolute frontline unit, Troy here. And if this guy is an MVP, man, these 3 games from Troy here, a Grandmasters player, by the way, showing us how the best of the best do it. And not on a sexy pick either. This is Set mid lane, a nerfed Set. People won't even take this champion top or jungle that often because of the nerfs, but Troy taking it mid, running what I believe to be full tenacity, and absolutely hard countering the double AP that York pulled out in their mid 2v2.
The thing is, Set is still actually a staple pick by LCK teams. We saw BDD still play the Set mid. We see even some LPL teams are still playing it at Worlds.
Yeah, but mid mostly, right?
Yeah, mostly mid. So it's nice to see that Troy and Miami as a whole are pulling out the Set mid here.
Yeah, it just makes them such a dangerous team to prep against. I'm in admiration of their just dedication to the game, their adaptability, their willingness to practice different styles. Oh, what a hook. Wild
Growth, not going to be able to do much. This might just be the kills here. Ultimate from Samira is actually doing so much damage even though she's not being able to move her champion around. Triple kill coming in for Samira. This might be the quadra kill. Quadra kill on Samira, looking for the penta, going after Laser King. Is this the pentakill?
Pentakill!
And here we have it in the game 3 of Miami versus York University. IBN on the Samira is going to find the pentakill here to end the series.
A pentakill to get Miami in the money. That's going to be the game to advance them into the finals. The Nexus turrets will drop. That's going to be game over. A decisive victory. Miami, they do it all. It doesn't matter the champion, the style, the draft, the situation, the goal lead, the goal deficit. They find a way every time. Their macro is proper. Their Troy is huge. And they might just pick people out of the fountain here. Why not?
And they're just playing with their food. They're patting KDA. And are they going to end the game, or are they just
gonna walk away?
Oh, my.
They still win this and end, though.
Oh, here comes Miami Big D with the Crowstorm looking for more kills. Luigi Mash is running for his life. And the fear coming through. Probably the Wild Growth onto the Caitlyn to keep her alive, but she is just getting deleted for the whole squad of Miami University. They don't even have their Samira. And another kill. Lucin's going to find the kill. Second AD carry of the team. Finds the kill onto the Galio. Renekton finds the Ruthless Predator stun onto Beyama Big D, but he's going to flash out. The tank set finally goes down. Shutdown for Caitlyn. But you know what? Miami just shut down York University.
And that's because it's playoffs. But wait, they're already in pick ban. I distracted you.
Oh, man.
I distracted you from this Quinn Fiddlesticks. They must be trolling us. Welcome back to the League of Legends Saturday Series Grand Finals Consolation Match. That's our third place match of our league, brought to you by One Life to Play. I am Diddy.
And I am Keck.
And we are looking at an epic Game 4 between Kent State University and York University, who split the first two games, and that big Game 3, that crucial Game 3 that can swing the momentum one way, goes to Kent State off the back of Star Poner and an impressive performance on Samira. Also, the surrounding cast of the Samira team was absolutely fabulous. We are now looking at York University to adjust their draft, adjust their game plan, get on some new champions, and run that back to tie the series up 2-2, in which we would have at a Game 5 here in the LSS during our Grand Finals Day Consolation Match. What do you think about all that, Keck?
It's crazy.
Crazy? Yeah. It is crazy. All right, Keck. You are York University. Your last draft was Renekton with Galio. I think they had MF, Rakan. They kind of fell flat. How do you add some scaling into these comps and draft towards the late game? I have some ideas in case you're busy. Remember that Ezreal that we saw? Maybe bring the Ezreal back and opt out of the MF, but enough talking now with me, Keck. Let's get back into pick ban, where we see a lot of same bands. York University is going to swap in a Lysandra band this time. They're going to keep Pike and Thresh. And for Kent State, they're going to keep GP, Evelyn, and they're going to swap in a Samira band. Set is on the table. Is that the first pick of the draft?
I think that is, because Samira was the first pick last time around. But it looks like whoever's on red side has to ban the Samira.
Okay, that's true. And it will be a set. And for Kent State, they can respond with their... They could take the Ornn now, again. And they could also respond with the highest priority AD carry. They could go Kate Ornn here, they could go Ashe Ornn here. Or they could... You know, many options.
Kindred.
They could also pick jungle here. I think when York picks first pick set, it's not much of a flex, right? Everybody here who's been paying attention to these teams knows that Flare is the best on this champion by far, so they're going to go ahead and pick their jungler Kindred here. A very interesting pick to see so early in this draft. You could have held your Kindred for a while and picked some more, you know, one-size-fits-all champions, but they're going to opt to run Kindred Alistar as their first two. Okay, very interesting. We'll have to see what York responds with. They could go Ornn Ashe now, and I think have the strongest first three of their draft. Neither team has played any Ashe or Kate this series, or Jhin. It will be a Leona lock here for Luros. Another thing I can add is there has been no Varus Lux from York University. They may have done away with that infamous duo.
And here comes the Misfortune pick.
A Misfortune coming in, and it's into a Kindred. I'm not sure if that's the best interaction. I think of it two ways. Either you're trying to bullet time the enemy team and Kindred saves them all and renders your ult useless, or everybody's piling into a Kindred ult because of some other situation, and you as MF can clean up and drop it right as it goes away.
And here comes the Silas locked in here. I'm not quite sure.
Silas already? This draft has been, you know, pretty hard to, you know, really interpret. Silas third when your ults are... I like the set ult, I like Leon ult, and I do like MF ult, so I can't really complain about the Silas pick here. It comes in third. It could go mid or top. It's a bit of a flex. And as we are on to round 2 bans, that Ezreal gets banned away before... Oh, it gets banned away by York, which is really interesting. If they're going to ban another AD, who will it be?
Tristan is an option. I don't know if you should be
Right?
banning 80 carries.
I don't think you should ban Ezreal either. The 2 bans from Kent State are directed towards the mid, and they look like pretty rough matchups for the Silas. Right? So these kind of look like Silas cover bans, meaning Kenny probably will end up on that, but they could always send Condor X top with it. And the second ban at AD will be Kate. This leaves Ash and Jin both wide open. Also Tristana, you mentioned Keck. And
I mean, I don't think he's going to pick Tristana this time around because he doesn't have the kill threat of a Blitzcrank.
Lucian is one. Lucian and Draven are two other picks that Starpwner has found success on. Lucian if you want the dash away from Leona, and Draven if you want to just fight the MF lane head on. And Veigar comes in. That is very interesting. Into Leona Misfortune.
That is flux all around. Very purple team.
Very purple. And yeah, these champs can go anywhere. It could be Silas top. It could be Veigar in the mid. Right? So they're still kind of leaving up a marksman possibility. And there it is.
There's the Yone.
It's the Yone, but it's Luigi Mash this time. I was looking out for Kenny's Yone. It's Luigi Mash picking up Yone. They need some AP. And are they going to flex the set out of the jungle and into top lane with this pick? They are.
They are. Flare Power is going to be playing Lilia this game.
I like it. I actually love that top side of set, Yone, and Lilia. I love the draft now from York. This looks different. Now your late game carry can be the Yone. And if not the Yone, Lilia at 3 items is strong. And MF, can maybe do her share. We get a Volley Bear lock. A lot of purple beef for Kent State. And they are heavily indexed on AP, except for the success of their Kindred, right? So Kindred needs to be curving in this game, or I think you can maybe stack MR Merc Treads and win this. Kent State opting out of Ash, out of Jin. There's plenty of great ADs. Senna. No Ash, no Jin, no Senna here. They go for Veigar. Is it because they have Kindred? We'll have to see. This is a very interesting draft here, and what do you think? I give it to York University.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give it to York University as well, but
I love
the thing is, Veigar bot lane, a lot of teams don't know how to play into it.
Right.
And that lane actually has a lot of kill threat.
Yeah.
Deceptively, has a lot of kill threat. So, I mean, as long as Laser King and Aileros understand how to play that lane,
yeah,
it's hard to predict. It's really hard to predict.
Definitely hard to predict, but maybe we'll mull it over in a quick thought as we go to break. While these guys load into the game, we will catch you on the other side on the Rift shortly. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to see this series end or extend to Game 5 without being here, so catch you soon. Yes.
I mean, it's Miami. They're up 2-0. They're just limit testing at this point, right?
Yes, they are.
I mean, hold on. Maybe it's not neutral. Hold on.
No,
because the Quinn is a really strong counter matchup into the Renekton. It's probably why they picked it.
No, definitely. And it's a Chinese pro thing that we've seen Bin and Zoom do. So when Renekton gets first pick, they're practicing. Can Lucent really abuse a really great Renekton player? Because we know that chicken delivery is exactly that. And we saw the Samira getting locked in response to a Caitlyn pick. The Lulu comes in for a Luros. We've seen that multiple times. Answered by a Blitzcrank. So Samira, Blitzcrank. Do you have any experience with Samira? What are your thoughts on the champion going into this game?
Well, I know Samira, depending on how early they drafted it. Well, actually, no, I take that back.
I think it was 4.
One thing I've noticed when I was playing in competitive with the Samira pick is that she hard counters Ornn. You cannot play Ornn into Samira.
Yeah.
Because you will never get an engage off. Projectiles, right. And I know that Samira's passive is, I don't know exactly how it works, but apparently she works off of other people's CC. If someone gets CC, she knocks them up with her passive or something. I don't know what specifically. I haven't played the champion myself quite yet.
Right.
Except for one jungle Samira game where I hard fed. But we don't talk about that.
And on top of Samira, I think it needs one more nerf. I think it's actually getting one. And this is Game 3 of Day 1, Round 1 of the League Saturday Series playoffs, where the winner of this series is in the money. Keck, this is a money game for Miami.
And they're looking for a cheesy invade. Unfortunately, Laser King is ready for this. Drops the ward in the tri-bush, sees that they're trying to go for this cheesy invade. Unfortunately, Blitzcrank won't find anybody.
You know what I haven't seen out of Miami, and we've seen almost everything out of this team? Level 1 late invade on the red buff, the enemy red buff, when you are this red side here. We see a lot of pro teams do it. They draft things like Lilia, who can go kill Raptors, get level 2 and then win the fight. But even if you don't have a Lilia, say you have a Nidalee or Graves or something, you can still late invade that red buff. And it's another split map type situation like we saw in Game 1. I have yet to see Miami late invade that red buff. So something to look out for in the future. I wonder if that's in their wheelhouse. I'm sure it is. But we got some Bush hook.
Some cheese shenanigans. Cleave with the great blitzcrank pull, but forces the flash onto Ayla Rose.
And actually, not a necessary flash whatsoever. That's pretty much the brunt of their combos, getting yanked in into Samira. I think if you just run away, you get maybe one more Samira auto, maybe an auto Q or something, but you'd be able to regen there. So wasted flash by Laros there. Just got completely bamboozled and spooked.
Yeah, really crazy. Just blitzcrank cheese, blitzcrank shenanigans. That's just how you gotta play it. Oh, and the level 2 advantage coming in from Luigi Mesh in a pause.
Troy said, bug, I don't get hit by anything. Miami University, they're digging so deep into their champion pools. This is like maybe plan like J for them, these 5 champions. And we'll have to see if they can pull out a dub here, as yeah, they were able to stand up to the set, but
And it would seem like Troy.
welcome back. We are locked and loaded in onto the Rift for Game 4 of our League Saturday Series Grand Finals Consolation Match. That's 3rd place of the entire league. Keck, this league was 8 teams. It went down to 4 in playoffs, and now we are looking at 2 of the top 4 battling out for 3rd place. We have York University versus Kent State University. And do I see some level 1 shenanigans? As we see some members walking over some wards, a little bit of flirtation here. Looks like Firepire, you know, having a visit in this red quadrant. We see Moosinator on the Alistar dipping into the enemy red himself. Gets that ward out. What do you think?
I don't know what to think. I think my brain was off there.
Before the storm.
Hold on, give me a second to turn my brain back.
That's all right. I'll give you a second. Hey, it's all good. There's not much going on anyway. We could talk about team comps, but we already did that. You know what else we could talk about, Keck?
What?
Did you notice I keep saying Season 1?
Yeah.
I have never said that on this cast, but now we know it's Season 1. We added a number to it. I can't spoil why, but I was just saying, did you notice that?
I noticed, yeah.
All right.
I did.
Well, for to the viewers out there in Twitch chat, this is Season 1 Grand Finals Consolation Match. And we see Firepire starting on his red. So does Rex. This is a Kindred Lilia matchup. I like that as this series has evolved. We kind of have gotten closer to the meta in terms of the junglers. We now have 2 power farm junglers, right?
One thing I really want to point out here, besides this fight in the top lane, is they cleared their wards. Both junglers had a ward from the enemy team on their red buff, but Kindred cleared their ward, while Lilia left it up.
And now,
So because of that, because Kindred got that information that Lilia chose to go to Krugs after red buff, Kindred can take the blue buff for free.
yeah, Kindred looking like she's going to be able to 3-buff the Lilia. Depends on, Lilia could book straight to Kindred's blue side and take that.
But they have no intel. They
Right.
don't know that.
Heck yeah, I was just going to say, it's a great point. The information, the fact that they scan Kindred, they don't know. So pretty soon Lilia will be showing up to no Gromp and no blue buff, while Kindred has the ability to now take her entire blue side if she wants to. And I think that's where she's headed. She could even gank this mid lane that we're looking at now on the way. She might as well. So watch out, Luigi Mesh.
And here comes Kindred. And unfortunately, Luigi Mesh is already spirited in.
Oh!
And he's going for the kill! First blood onto Luigi Mesh. Really well played. But return kill for Red. Red will get the kill back.
That was really well played by Luigi Mesh. And I actually really dislike Kenny's flash here in this situation. We see TP's going back mid. And I think they're going to go ahead and trade Scuttles. Kindred's still coming out ahead at the end of the day once she gets her blue. But let me bring this up real quick. I don't think it's necessary for Kenny to flash here because Luigi Mesh is dead as soon as Kindred gets here. So we see them duking it out. 2v1. Luigi Mesh is dead in every scenario here. But Kenny, He flashes and then does not respect the shadow and the range. And then, you know what? Beautiful play by Luigi Mash on the Yone, taking the Ignite, getting use out of it, and getting a kill in a 1v2. This is really good stuff for York University. And Kindred, we see, is now getting her blue side, right? And we see Lilia looking for maybe an invade on these Krugs here on the red side. Lilia also having a blue ward on the Raptors for Kindred. Set with a push to back up the Lilia here as she takes the enemy Krugs. This is something we see a lot of in today's League of Legends. Power farming junglers looking to invade with their laners pushing to come help them get camps. We see Kindred is here again mid.
And that's just the repeat action here. They see that the Yone has no flash, so they're just going to repeat gank. And here, again, I feel like they're not... Yone is just not respecting the fact that he has no flash.
And Yone needs to be playing...
Oh, but look at this. The top laner from Chicken Delivery has run down from the top lane into the mid lane here. Well, it looks like they're going to be able to get out.
He'll misses E. Still kind of a 2v2 here. I think all 4 members kind of want this lane push, but they probably won't all die for it. Or any of them will die for it. And yeah, I think the Yone needs to be playing to his Lilia a bit more, right? Like if Lilia's on Raptors, you need to hug top. Try and ward the space between you and your Lilia so you know no one will sneak in there. And just play appropriately. At the end of the day, though, I think mid lane is, I would call it pretty even. Getting a kill on the first gank and then not getting on the second one.
You know what I want to talk about? You brought this up during Champ Select. Yeah. How Kent State's team here is so magic damage heavy. Well, look at this. Look at their team. Their Kindred has 2 kills now.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So the 1 AD threat from Kent State is fed. That's not what York University wants, because if they are able to shut down Kindred, they can just stack MR. And look at this. Kindred is back in the mid lane. Again, Luigi Mash doesn't have flash. And this is a 3rd kill going over to Rect here.
It really is so free for Kindred. The mobility that you have on Yone, you need either a wave to, you know, be stacking Qs on. Your R is usually your best escape tool. And like you said, Rect, no flash means Kindred kind of pick up the free kill. This is just mid-jungle 2v2 between Kenny and Rect that they're just doing. They're doing the mid-jungle better than York up to this point.
Oh, and here we're looking at a skirmish down in the ball lane here. Veigar is going to drop up the event horizon. And looks like they're just going to back off. Yeah, Dragon's going to go over to Kent State.
I don't think that bot lane wave was set. They might just push it back anyway, but... And yeah, you know what, to your point, Keck, looking at the damage profile of this comp, this Kindred needs to be getting items. If Kindred were to be on the receiving end, and let's say she's 0-2, and behind in levels, you know, level 4 or whatever, and Lilia was just running amok, you could then stack not only Merc Treads, but bonus magic resist here, and the Silas and Veigar would have a really tough time dealing any damage. Set wins this trade, unless Volley turns it all in. We see Moose in the mid. Luigi can get away. Flare and Chicken.
And I mean, ganking the top lane, but because they know that, they can just attack Luigi Mash again on that Yone.
Right, so if you are Luigi Mash and you're Yone, you're a melee champion in the mid, right? Everybody has kind of a target on your head. If your Lilia is showing topside, you need to play extra respectful. I think we saw some... Oh, Kenny.
Wow.
Dang. I mean, just conviction on that Silas, knowing he had the damage. I kind of want to see that again. But we have action across the map.
And here, Alistar's back in the bot lane. Going to clear out some pink wards. I mean, control wards. They're not pink anymore. I wish they were.
Why do you wish they were? You just like that color? Anyway, let's bring up the replay here. This is just the Silas kill. I just wanted to see it because the damage, the burst damage was crazy. Rex shows on a pink, so maybe Yone thinks he's safer. Oh yeah, it was Flare Pirate in the mid lane. The replay is a bit long, but watch Kenny here. Just like, wait a second, that's a free kill. Oh, he landed his, okay. Landed his E-chain, can, you know, drop your Q and W then. And yeah, he just kind of exploded. Moosinator in a bit of a good spot, and I think we have a pause coming.
Aileros has left the game.
Aileros has to go get the door once a game. He has solicitors in his neighborhood
Oh, I see.
that will just not stop ringing his doorbell until he goes and answers. I'm busy. I gotta, because he's always back in usually like 30 seconds. But to start this game, I think the story is Yone is a melee mid champion, right? So it's easy to get camped. Kindred is a champion where if she gets on the same screen as Yone and he has no mobility, there's no threat. And while we saw Luigi Mash with a really nice 1v2 kill, props to that. Like, props to taking that 2v1 and outplaying.
Right.
And keep trying, I think. Once you get your R on Yone, like, keep trying. Just, you need your Lilia. Mid-jungle 2v2, Keck. Mid-jungle 2v2. It's seriously so important. If you're a mid laner, you need to lean to your jungler. You need to have wards on the enemy jungler. You need, you know what I'm saying? You need to know when to back up when your jungler is making a play. I think Luigi Mash just missing some of these details in these really crucial moments ended up getting punished. We saw Moosinator on the Alistar roaming up to help, which I think is great. Like, it was, I think, a mid lane centric kind of early game, and we see Moosinator was able to show up and turn what looked like could have been a good play for Luigi Mash. So a pretty close game so far. I think it's any team's game, and you know, my eyes are probably going to be on Yone and his item spikes here as we enter the mid game. Now,
So,
did you watch any of the G2 Damwon this morning?
I saw
Be
game
honest,
4.
because
I saw game 4.
You
That's
saw
all I
game 4?
And apparently it was the... oh, wait, I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah, maybe. Should you not?
Maybe
Is
we
it
should.
too soon?
Maybe too soon.
Too soon. Too soon.
It's too soon.
What about RIP Bjergsen?
Man. I'm so sad.
All
Oh,
right,
and
and
we're
we
back?
are back. Yeah, Keck's too soon on the Bjergsen. Jesus, Keck. I haven't even processed that. I heard that. I spilled my coffee on myself. I was like, what? Right before the show. Jesus.
I'm distraught. I'm distraught. Way too soon.
All right, well, Starpwner dropping cage, baiting Aluros into Moosinator like, oh, I don't have cage. I'm vulnerable. Moose is chilling in that brush. And just farming it out on the MF. In this lane, oh, double cage. Double knockup.
And Aileros has left the game once again.
This time for good?
This time they are going to pause when she comes back. Okay.
And we are back. It's all about us now, Keck.
Diddy,
we are the show.
That was just way too soon. I wasn't emotionally ready for that.
You know, why did he do this to us? Who do we have now?
Why did you have to break it up? No, but
Who do we have?
I honestly don't. I mean,
Cloud9.
TSM has Sword.
Okay.
Apparently he's some like super crazy upcoming talent.
Fudge?
I don't know if they're gonna bring him up and we're back in game.
Keck, what did I say? It's too soon. I don't want to hear about Sword. I want to know what happened to Bjergsen. I'm just kidding. I will actually look into Sword. That sounds promising talent. Also, Fudge coming in for Cloud9 in the top lane is, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the game for now. It's there is some scoffing going on at Herald. If this goes over to Kindred for free, I might have some questions.
Oh, and look at this. We got some aggression coming in onto the ball lane here. Misfortune and the Leono CC chain into the bullet time. What a great combo. The Ignite is not quite able to take down on Starpwner. She flashes away, and Starpwner lives with a sliver of HP. And here comes Moosinator, maybe possibly getting a return kill, and Starpwner's coming back in.
It goes to Laser King does get the one kill, but you could tell obviously they wanted this kill on Starpwner so badly. I think the Leona ulti missed on him, and that would have been what killed him despite his cleanse, because he gets away with 1 HP. Can they push this wave and reset it is my next question. They should be able to. Either way, it looked kind of sad, but great job, York University, getting that kill.
Oh, and look at this in the mid lane again. Luigi Mash is going to get attention, more attention. What they see the Kindred there on the back, looking to possibly. And Lilia's here in the mid lane as well, dropping one of her, I believe it's an E?
Okay. I have a question. How do you get the passive on them to sleep them as Silas? Is it any ability? Like,
Any ability, yes.
Okay,
When
so
Silas steals Lilia, all his abilities will proc the passive.
Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting ulti, I think, for Silas to have. Pretty cool.
Oh, Condrix might not want to take this trade. The level down. Not to mention, Set has the... Oh, and Set's going to get the Playmaker, and he uses the Showstopper. Watch out. Chicken Delivery is here with the kill in the solo onto Condrix.
Solo Bolo by Chicken Delivery, saving the unstop. What is the name of Settle? I'm really sorry.
Showstopper.
Saving the Showstopper for the last hit just to RKO him.
RKO out of nowhere.
And that was out of nowhere. Beautiful. He's up 30 farm. And Chicken Delivery putting a show on this set as well. Multiple great set players here. That is just still a very nice champion. And yeah, he's a conqueror fighter that wants to take damage from you and then deal true damage back. So bad idea for Volibear to really be in a boxing match with him for too long. Volibear wants to, use his burst cooldowns and walk away. But either way, great job by Chicken Delivery getting that solo kill, keeping New York in this game. And now it is
and look at this. Kenny is going to drop the Lilia ult onto the set, making him go to sleep. And look at this. They're looking to contest the Dragon. Oh, and the CC chain into the sleep. Vanguard just gets blown up by the bullet time. And here, look at this. Kenny's on the FF, but he's going to flash for the Lilia, who is actually so fast. Going to run away. Later, the Rune King popped, and here comes the Kindred ultimate onto the back. Haymaker from Chicken Delivery. He's healing so much.
Is he 1v9? I don't think he can.
Not quite, not in this situation. Here comes the Volibear. Double kill going over to Kenny here on that Silas. And this is going to be the next Dragon going over to Kent State.
It was a valiant effort. We saw Luros CCing Starponer so that Laser King on the MF can ulti him down. So Vagar was a non-factor. But I think it was just Kenny doing too much work as we bring the fight up again. This is actually the end of the fight. Watch Chicken flash in. And the Lamb's Respite kind of stunting his play. MF in an awkward situation. She wanted to help, but was in range of chain. As we see a 2v1 in the mid lane, Luigi Mash under pressure again. TP comes in. What is going to happen?
Here comes the ultimate from the Luigi Mash, and he gets blown up. Haymaker from Chicken Delivery here, but Set is going to get his ultimate stolen. Kenny's taking the RKO back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Misclick. Okay, yeah, we see the TP comes in, gives Luigi Mash the go-ahead, but he is just too confident. Maybe doesn't see Alistar there, and then knock-up, and then Chicken Delivery. I think he's forced to turn here because he is just past the middle of the lane with 3 melee members right on top of him. And quickly, this game has turned into what looks like Kindred can pop off. They have plenty of AD now, and Yone was punished through his lane phase. He needed to get by a little less scathed than now. I'll give him props for keeping farm close, but the plays that we've seen, the impact on the map, you got to give it to Kenny thus far.
Is there really props to Luigi for keeping farm close, or is it just flame for Kenny for farm being low?
That's a good point. I think Kenny's been pushing and moving and being on the map, and when you do that,
right,
it's hard to keep your farm numbers up, but it's possible.
Damage onto Starponer here.
And we saw Starponer get chain CC'd in MF ulti and die instantly, which is the fear any team should have when you lock in Vagar into these two champs. But this time he has cleanse. He opts to use the flash to get away there. That's a pretty important cooldown. And no objective for 3 minutes. We are just laning it out.
Yeah, next Dragon won't spawn for another 3 minutes here, but I mean, right now, Kent State is so comfortably ahead. I mean, not that comfortably ahead, but they are ahead.
They are definitely ahead. I would say comfortably ahead, Kick. I don't think. Okay. Yeah, run with that. Pretty comfortable.
Unfortunately for Luigi Mash, he does not seem to be having a very fun game.
No, but you know what? This York comp, the last one I thought completely fell flat. No scaling. Oh, look at that.
And
Those
that damage
punches.
from Chicken Delivery onto Volibear here, he probably could have killed him if he upped his ultimate.
Yeah, I think so too. But the late game scaling of York, they have Yone, I think, can carry a game late. Set scales pretty well into late, not the best.
Oh, look at this. Flare Pie is in the lane again. This is what he loves to do.
Yes,
He loves to lane gank. And Musinator, being the hero for his AD carry, is going to stay back and CC the rest of their team. Here comes Kenny with the teleport. But Flare Pie, they're going to turn on to Kenny. Kenny's going to be shut down. Flare Pie gets 800 gold from him. Here goes Alistair going back in. But Laser King is shutting down Stormfronter. Oh my god, they are so low. And Alistair, what looked like a good turnaround counter gank from Kenny with his teleport was a catastrophe for Kent State.
What a beautiful turn with this MF here combined with the Luros on the Leona and Flare Pyre with the Lilia. Let's watch it back and kind of break it down. It looks like a pretty good play for Red here, but watch this. MF bullet time does so much damage. Kenny is just taken out immediately with the smite, and you still have a health bar here on Lilia, who can soak a lot of damage. And the MF forces Vagar away. Lilia lives, and MF being without threat that entire fight means she can just DPS all three down, and that's another BF on top of her completing her Reaver. MF could now be a force in this game if she gets an early IE and another component to IE to MF. And I was just making the point of how this York University comp can scale into the game. I will stand by that. I think a lot of it has to do with Yone, but for this mid-game, 17 to 25 minutes, it can be carried by Laser King and Flare Pyre on these really strong mid-game champs, MF and Lilia.
In Rift Herald, unfortunately for some reason, the spectate does not bring up the indicator for Herald Slay, but Flare set Chicken Delivery was able to secure Herald for this team. And what in the world? Laser King just by himself as an AD carry in Season 10.
I don't think it was that troll. I just think it's kind of unfortunate that Kenny can just E and then use the Super Soaker and slow you in MF while immobile. I think she took the right path trying to run it up, but it cannot be in an isolated situation with Silas at all. I don't think that's... yeah, never mind. It's free Drake. That's rough.
And here, this looks like the third dragon going over to Kent State Esports.
That's a sad timeline. No. For third Drake to go to Kent State off the back of just a free pick on MF, I feel like it's not really Laser's fault. Maybe he should have had his support by his side in that particular moment, but it's only easy to say after it goes down. Chicken Delivery is top here with the Herald. There's a rotate coming to him as we see these two clear out that pink. He should know he could possibly be in danger. We'll have to see. Do they want to commit?
He's just going to channel the recall. Now he has the Rift Herald.
The Herald recall. We have a bit of a skip. Ooh, tension rising. Chicken could be dead right now, Keck. We wouldn't even know.
Yeah, what's going on here? Oh, we're back.
And the Herald recall gets him out. What was Condor-X doing? Was he out of vision?
He was out of vision.
Oh, no play there.
Well, that was really well played from Chicken Delivery to know that he could use the Herald recall to get himself out of that really bad situation.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that was a great play. Both mid laners now in the bot side. This is where Luigi Match can feel a bit more comfortable about walking up and not being perma-ganked every time he goes to farm. Now that he's in this side lane, I think Yone is a champion that you need to minimize your 1 through 6 lane phase and get to side as fast as possible, where you can start min-maxing and taking 1v2s and stuff. So Luigi Match, this guy's ahead in farm. I don't really care about the 1-6 scoreline that much. It sucks that you got Kindred into the game curving, but you know, on Yone, if you get to side and you're farming, you get those 2 items, you can really carry the game. And Laser King walking
because
so close.
They saw that Leona was topside, they don't care anymore. They're just going to kill Laser King. Laser King is just... He has to realize that if the rest of his team gets spotted, he can't be the one running up mid lane by himself.
Yeah.
He has to be really far back. And Lilia's going to walk right into the event horizon.
But she has Mercs herself, which is great. I think if she didn't have Mercs, she was dead. But yeah, I think you hit it on the head, Keck. If your team is showing in your MF, you cannot be past, you know, tower.
And look at this, they're going to start taking the bot lane tower. Really using that mid lane advantage that they built up as a team here. They move that into the other lanes.
Right. Translating their advantage lane to lane, getting structures here while we are in between neutral timers. You see Baron's up, but you know it's fresh 20 minutes. Neither team really wants to threaten it. And Drake number 4 is coming up. 2 minutes 20, and that's for Kent State. Gonna be Soul again, Mountain again. Everything could possibly be put on the line in 2 minutes here in that river. Lilia has Leandries though, okay? Lilia at 2 and 3 items can 1v9 fights. Like, we've all seen it at Worlds. You can sleep up to 9 players.
Oh, that's a good, that's.
And that is very powerful in the right circumstance. So my eyes are on Flare Pyre here to try and get the, you know, there's a sweet spot. You don't want to sleep 9, you want to sleep 5.
But don't forget, Silas can also do the same.
That's right.
He can steal the Lilia ultimate. If he gets his damage off on all 5 members of the enemy team, he can pull off a sleep as well.
Yeah, but that's the hard part.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
You know, getting the passive on all 5 would be extremely hard on Silas.
Oh, and here looks at some aggression here. Flare Pie is going to get poked out by Rex here. So much damage onto the Lilia there.
Yeah, Storm Razor's rush, man, that was a lot of damage. And is that for Drake? You cannot just give up here. You can't even recall. Oh, it's another minute. I'm sorry. Yes, you can recall. What am I thinking?
But because they're forcing him to recall, they're able to find advantages on the map now. They know that they have numbers advantage.
Yeah, Moose theoretically could be walking in. They probably want Vagar and Volibear to be on the map before they do anything too crazy. But they could be walking into that red quadrant and trying to get some more vision control. I think that's what you would do to increase your chances of getting this soul. But for now, they will be comfortable claiming ownership of the river.
And if any of the viewers are curious, we did a quick check on Vygar's current AP and his current stacks. He currently has, I have no idea how many stacks he has, but he has 564 AP. Oh, and here looks like there's a fight going down. Teleport might be a little bit too late from Condrex here. Kindred forced to burn the ultimate to keep the rest of her and her team alive. And there's so much damage going down. Shutdown from Lilia onto the Kindred. And this looks like almost a clean ace.
York University popping off and taking the win here, preventing the Kent State Drake Soul. And I love this rotation. This is absolutely what you have to do. You keep chicken delivery to solo Drake, and you send the team to Baron. This is absolutely what needs to be done. So many teams here would have all 5 people killing Drake and wasting time. And Aluros again with another pause. If it wasn't high enough stakes, if it wasn't tense enough, if it wasn't epic enough of a series, we have another pause so we can reflect even more. Keck, what do you think about what you've seen so far?
Oh, man. I was not expecting York to win that fight.
No, I wasn't either. I think you... Oh, we could have brought up a replay, but the play sequence is not exactly over. And I think the 3-man is going to opt not to Baron. I don't think they had enough HP. Either way, they will go ahead and take that soul right there. As you see, Chicken Delivery will grab. And they're not going to overgreed and look for Baron as well. But let's get another look at this fight. Starts with a stun on Chicken. No flash to start the fight. That's tough. But watch as Luigi mash on the Yone go in. The disengage isn't there quite yet. Moosinator gets picked by MF. The follow-up is there, and I think you nailed it on the head. The TP was late. The TP was late, and the fact that they 5v4'd for a few seconds starting off, Moosinator could not get into the Lamb's Respite in time, and the numbers just went the way of York University. Lots of factors to consider in that fight. Lilia with Leandries, really strong there. She gets a double. MF on those 2 items. She gets a couple kills there too. So York University evening up the game, even getting ahead in gold. But Kent State with a 2 Drake advantage. All eyes are now on the Baron.
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting York to be able to do that much damage there. They really layered their CC extremely cleanly there. And And I have to say, it was really just on Condrex just being really late to that fight. They need that front line to be there if they want to take that 5v5 fight.
Yeah.
What Kent State University's team is really strong at doing is picking people off. They have the Vigar cage, they have the Alistar, they can find picks easily. But when it comes to a 5v5 scenario, they need their Volibear to be there with them.
Absolutely. And you know what, Keck? I think a lot of tops, including myself for a very long time, it's our natural intuition. We want to pressure a lane and then TP when it's necessary, right? Because the pressure we get is free. And then, you know, you can...
Are you sure it's pressure or is it the extra free farm?
No, but let me... it's the farm. It's the farm. Let me finish, though. It's better nowadays, especially in 5v5. The more important the Drake is, the more it's just like TP early. TP, just don't be late. Like, top laners, you need to be there on time nowadays, especially when you're playing frontline Volibear, who's kind of a CC tank. But,
especially look at the items he's building. That's just pure tank Volibear.
Frontline, right. Like, yeah, he should have been there a bit earlier. But I do understand the desire to pressure lane while holding TP because that's how you can get the most out of these situations. But in this circumstance, wasn't the best call.
Oh, and look, it's like a duking. They're duking it out a little bit in the bottom lane.
Whoa. And
Kenny just losing that considerably.
I think that was Chicken Delivery. He is cool with this fight. He gets Kenny's Zanies for free. He can do this.
Here comes Kenny's best friend, Rex here. Oh my goodness.
Rex spaced him out there. I think Chicken could have made a play there, but got spaced out properly by the Kindred. And
I don't think Chicken realized that third proc from her E, their E would do that much damage. Because remember, Kindred's E scales with crit.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
And I don't think Chicken Delivery was ready for that extra crit execute. And because their star player is down, they're looking for this Baron. They're looking to force that 5v4.
Lilia can do a ton of work here. Once this cage goes down, it's on.
This cage... Not quite yet. Baron down to 5k. Lilia looking for a possible steal or an engage. Ailerus on the side here. Leona looking for some good CC chain onto priority targets. Condrix is running in. 1v5 pops the ultimate cage as well. Bullet time. Red team is going to secure the Baron, but here comes the Leona ultimate. There might be a fight that ensues here. Teleport coming in from set, but Red team knows they have to leave. Chicken Delivery and the rest of his team are looking for picks. They're trying to deny as many Baron buffs as possible, but the event horizon for Star Opponent is going to stop them dead in their tracks.
And Kent State are able to get the Baron and get away, only losing Volibear, who basically just 1v5 tanked so that his team could secure. So, you know, no knocks on anybody there. Pretty clean Baron take by Kent State off of the pick on Chicken Delivery that we saw pretty well played by Rekt. Kent State looking to maneuver this mid game and get these objectives. I still think Soul is going to be what's most important here. We'll have to see how much work they can do with Baron, or are they going to use their Baron for proper Drake setup to get this Soul.
We'll have to see here. But if this Dragon goes over to Kent State, they will have a considerable lead.
But it's really amazing how close it is. Every single game in this series has been, like, at some point in the game, like, remarkably close. And you can say that even about this game. It's a 200 gold deficit. The Drakes are definitely the big gap, and the Baron buff is what Kent State has to work with right now.
All right, this time around, Condrix is going to TP early. Condrix TP to the bot lane right away. This Dragon is crucial.
He's already there, I think.
Yep, teleported bot lane. And here we are. And right now, Star Opponent is zoned out by the rest of York University here. He has to take the long way to the Baron.
This is where Camille would be nice. You just jump on that champion, and if you have follow-up, they can die. A couple Super Soakers missing. Bowling Ball hits 1 or 2.
Yeah, Bowling Ball.
Wait, quick question, Keck. If you Luden's proc onto someone else, does it give him Lilia passive?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I want to say no.
You can tell,
Oh, here
right?
comes the bullet time, though. Looking to just choke him out.
Chicken!
And this Dragon is going to go down to who? Which team at 700 HP? The Kindred ultimate denies this secure onto the Dragon here. And it's going to go down to blue team. York University secures it with a misfortune, but the rest of their team, they're getting eviscerated. Here comes Kenny. He's chasing down Laser King. And here he is. He's healing for so much. Kingslayer doing so much work here, and Shutdown going over to Star Opponent here on this Vigar.
What a fight in York University. Deny Kent State the Drake, but my eyes were on the Dragon. We have to get to the bottom of how this fight went down. I really missed a lot of the actual combat. But, man, wrecked on 3 items, was probably putting work in. We have a replay we can check. We'll have to see what kind of siege they do. Kent State having Baron already. They lose their 4th Drake opportunity, but can they break base? In response, it looks like it.
Looks like York University were able to deny the Dragon's soul, but now it looks like Kent State are going to deny a chance at a comeback, taking down the mid lane inhib. They're looking to close out this game soon.
I think that is a worth for everybody play at 30 minutes. Seriously, like, everybody can call that worth, which is crazy. At 30 minutes, that rarely ever happens. But let's take a look at this fight. So we know MF and Blue Team get Drake, but watch the red members in. We have Volleybear going in. Kindred would have gotten gibbed by the set here, but has the Lamb's Respite into Zanya's. Now, who is doing the bulk of the damage? It must be Vagar cooldowns and just the overall sustained fight going in the way of Kent State. And Rekt was able to get away and heal back up. Chicken Delivery, I believe, almost made a play that would have gibbed Rekt before he got his ult off, but it was just milliseconds. He gets the ult off, was able to survive and remain DPSing. These fights with the Lamb's Respite, Keck, are really, really interesting, and I must admit, hard to track because people are just 1 HP not going down, and fights can turn just with that cooldown.
As Echo would say, it's not how much time you have, it's how you use it. And look at this, we have a 1v1 in the top lane here between Kenny and Luigi Mash.
You mean as Jensen would say? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
As Jensen would say.
Iconic duo. Jensen is using the R key. Alright, sorry, we're off track here, but looking back at this fight in the top lane, looking to finally take down the last tier 1 tower. And look at this, Chicken Delivery is actually on the losing side of this trade now with Kenny.
Yeah, but if that was an all-in, my money's on set.
Oh, and Star Poner fights Aileros. Who wins this?
Or does Aileros find Star Poner? Lilia goes in.
Star Poner just blows up the Leona, like, instantly. And he blows up Set as well. Lilia is so deep, but here comes the showstopper from Kenny. He's saying, I stole your man's ult. I'm going to do it better. And look at this, in a 1v2 in the top lane here. Luigi Mesh looking to possibly kill and take down Rekt here, but the Lamb's Respite comes down and saves their life. This looks like almost a near full ace across the entire map.
It's a wipe for Kent State, and if they weren't split as a team, they could probably look for an end, but it looks to me they might go 3 inhibs here. We'll have to keep an eye on
this might be a possible end, actually. Look at this. Kindred is running down towards that bottom lane. They're looking to take down that mid inhib. Not mid inhib. They're looking to take down bottom turret and inhib.
Timers are averaging 20, 15 seconds. It is an end.
This is an end here.
Members will be up soon. I think it's hard to say. I think it's end.
It's definitely, it looks like it's going to be an end. Open Nexus here right now. Aileros not able to find CC onto any priority targets here. Condrix is drawing so much time for the rest of his team to hit the Nexus, and in a 3-1 fashion, Kent State University will take this series.
They take the series 3-1, and that's Kent State. Sorry, Keck, but I have to say, your coin lost, and I was on 3-1, but forget about me for a second. Great job, Kent State, the efforts. I think that game boiled over, like genuinely. That game was so high pressure, high stakes every single moment that York University, we were actually in a position where they could have won the game, but it felt like so much pressure built up to where it boiled over and they got wiped across the board in multiple locations on the map, and the game goes over to Kent State. They win 3-1. They take 3rd in our League Saturday Series Season 1 Grand Finals Consolation Match, meaning they go home with some earnings. So great job to Kent State. Props to you guys with some earnings now under your belts, under the LSS. And Keck, before I let you speak, I also have to say great job and thank you very much to York University, who has been with us from day one. I think even the same 5 players every week, maybe a sub or 2 here and there. But watching them grow over the weeks as a team in this league has really been amazing, and they have some awesome picks, and they have a ton of potential. So shout out to York and their camp, and alongside with Kent State, and I'm happy it went 4 games, and that's all I can say. What do you think, Keck?
And I think they played their hearts out, but unfortunately today, Kent State was the better team. They were able to come through it, even though they lost game 1, won the next 3. Took the series 3-1.
Yeah. And
we'll be hearing more from Kent State very shortly.
Oh, definitely. And, with that, we'll give you guys a few seconds before we come back with a quick interview on one of the winning players with the wonderful HoleyBoxers. So if you want to see her in action, do not go anywhere.
One is finally going to accept the fact that he did just get level 2'd on. That's why he got engaged on, so no bug there.
And I sort of dislike the Evelyn pathing. She's pathing top to bot, right? And Fiddlestick's first on the map.
We see a gank bot lane, but the bot lane from Miami is not level 2 yet. And so Fiddlesticks is just going to have to walk away.
So Fiddle did his full blue side into bot gank, and Evelyn did her full blue side into her red side now. So Evelyn will come out ahead in farm, and Fiddle's looking for another visit.
I'm looking at this mid lane right now. Unfortunately, it's going to get... Galio's got that 6th sense, so he's going to dodge that gank here.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a transition gank. He's now going to go into his own red side, and Evelyn first to full clear. She should be able to get that bot grab, and maybe could give a look to the bot lane. The only thing is, your Evelyn is pathing top to bot into your Kate Lulu lane when you could be pathing bot to top into the Renekton lane. Evelyn needs to be with the Renekton. You can't itemize against this. If you buy Mercs, Renekton's gonna eat you. If you buy Tabbies, you're gonna get chain CC'd for too long, you're gonna die. This Evelyn Renekton duo can abuse Lucent's Quinn, even with cleanse. I need to see activity from Evelyn with her Renekton, but for now, she's gonna go for this bot crab, which she's perfectly happy to full clear in a bot crab. Don't get me wrong. And she is ahead in farm, and we'll be able to 2v2 here if that is the case.
And Luigi Mesh is going to actually use the Justice Punch into Troy 1. And because he gets feared, he's unable to flash out. Great first blood secure going over to Miami University.
Yeah, man, I'm a big D with the flash fear. There's no counterplay, and Set doing a great job holding his W that whole time. Waiting for the fear guarantees the W, and that's how you 2v2. It's unwinnable for the Evelyn Galio, especially since Evelyn was a bit late. Because of the reliability of just clicking on someone, they are now feared. Guarantees the W. Great job by Miami.
And here we see Chicken Delivery on this Renekton looking to be aggressive, but because Quinn just can counter and just use the vault every single time Renekton tries to be aggressive, he can't stick to the Quinn. This is why Quinn is an answer into Renekton.
Yeah, and I don't play either of these champions top, so I'm not really sure exactly how this matchup goes. But we do see 2v2 top and a 1v1 in the mid. Evelyn is with the Renekton and possibly tower diving, but Mayama Big D is there to look. Here's the 2v2.
And man, he's just going to take some Q damage from the Evelyn, but he doesn't care. He's sucking Krugs, getting himself some HP.
And there's no better time to be taking Krugs, am I right? Evelyn's looking to go and try brush. Maybe I'll counter jungle Krugs while you stack a wave and then we'll dive, but Fiddle's already there. Oh.
And there's looking like another 1v1 here in the mid lane, and Troy 1 flashes forward, probably not necessary, but the second Q from his passive is going to be enough damage to finish off the Galio.
Luigi Mesh. Dancing with the devil with that.
Oh, but here comes the Renekton. He's going to use the showstopper, bringing Renekton back into the turret, but he's still has the level 6 advantage. I don't know if Chicken Delivery wants to fight this. Remember, Troy 1 has the Haymaker. Go back, Director Tool, please. And Renekton's going to flash forward. He gets the kill, gets level 6.
Chicken Delivery wins the melee duel. The brawlers in the mid lane did not even have ultimate, but that's probably why Troy took the fight. It looked to me like with fleet footwork and Ghost, Troy was going to be able to kite in and out of the Renekton and win that.
And another thing is the bot lane of York University are just too far up without vision. There's a pink one in that river bush. And Laser King, unfortunately, is going to get taken down here. Blitzcrank hook onto the flashless Lulu. Great kills going over to Miami University. Good tracking of the timers. Ailer's flash was not up for a good 10 seconds there.
And this Fiddle has, as we see the replay here, so Renekton wins that fight, but you're crashing the bot wave. So York University needs to kill this wave and get it in. This is their most vulnerable time. If Blitzcrank decides to set them up for a gank, it's the time window. So we see Fiddle is in the blue quadrant in this replay. Oh, the minimap is not synced to the replay. But yeah, if you're looking to crash the wave, you need to be aware of jungle ganks. And I think if a Fiddle can gank you pre-6, you are making major awareness errors because his lack of tools. He was flashless. It was the Blitzcrank flash setting up a walk up to you, silence, fear you. That gank is not potent enough to get most really high-level bot lanes that are extremely aware of what's going on in the game.
Especially since the Lulu is flashless. She needs to be respectful of that engage. And now here we go. Like Zerking is also himself is going to be losing his flash as well. So this is just another lane that Fiddlesticks is going to look to constantly engage himself onto. And here we look for more cheese. Blitzkrieg is going to use the Hex Flash. He Hex Flashes into the bush so that they can't see him. Runs right at Caitlyn, going for the knockup, but Caitlyn here's with using her range, finding a lot of damage. And here, looking at the mid lane, Troy 1 is looking for an engage onto Luigi Mash. Luigi Mash uses the taunt to force and slow Troy 1, preventing damage from coming through. But there's just aggression in the mid and bot lane. There's an aggression all over the map. In here, like you said in Champ Select, Evelyn is now on that top side. They're looking to make that 2v2 play onto Lucent. Lucent doesn't have cleanse. And so here comes the stun. Okay. Lucent's going to have to force the flash to get out.
His cleanse was down. If that charm hits, he dies 1,000%. So
Right.
now he's cleanseless and flashless. You need to come back, Flare Pyre. You need sack everything else. What's most important is denying Quinn of minions, getting plates, getting Renekton a kill would be great. Getting Herald. Just commit to the top side.
Oh, and Troy 1 is going to pull in the Galio.
All right, everyone, there you have it. Our consolation match for our grand finals day is over. Kent State comes out on top, and wow, that was so exciting. So much fun to watch. So much fun to get into it. I know I say this every week. I'm not lying. I swear I'm having fun every single week, but this was just really fun, really exciting. We do have Moosinator in for our interview, so we're going to bring him in and see if we can get started. Moosinator, thanks for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. So congratulations. You guys officially have won money in the LSS. That's got to feel good.
It does, yeah. Feels
Awesome.
really good.
So I wanted to quickly just brush past the first game. I know it wasn't a great game, only because you lost, but you still guys, came out and won. But what did you guys talk about after game one, kind of to reset and figure out how you're going to win the match?
We talked a lot about keeping our comms up. I have a really bad memory, so I don't remember that much. But and then we just played better around objectives and like transitioning our kills into objectives more.
Great. And so in game two, I did want to say, great job on the Blitzcrank. You were, I wanted to say, hide your girlfriends, hide your wives, because you were hooking up everybody. And seriously, you were. It was such a great, it was so much fun to watch. Just basically, it seemed like you guys were really even in the game, and you guys kind of came out ahead with objectives. So I know that a good game of League of Legends doesn't necessarily need to be high kills, but it sounds like you guys did talk about that and talk about focusing on the neutral objectives to win. Yeah. Great. Game three, I'll kind of give you a little bit of rundown because I was taking a little bit of notes. Game three, you guys had the biggest league of the series so far with objectives and gold and everything. And then honestly, the Samira just popped off. It's got to be so much fun to playing support for Starponer, who is such a young and great ADC player. Tell me a little bit about that and that kind of relationship that you guys have.
Yeah, I love playing with Starponer. We duo all the time, and I recently just hit D1 duoing with him for the first time, which was really great. And we get Samira a lot in solo queue for some reason, and we've been popping off on it a lot. So it feels really good to play with. Yeah.
That's awesome. It seems like you guys have a really good a gel together, so great job on that. And then finally, just game four, the Kindred seemed like a huge pick. The Veigar, obviously, he popped off again. You did great, just kind of with map awareness and staying with your team and running at them face first with the Alistar, so that was great as well.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for coming out. You guys did great, and I hope that you guys will come back for anything else that we do in the future with League of Legends.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really good tournament, a lot of fun, and I hope that we can compete again.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, there you have it. Congratulations, Kent State University. You walk away with some money today. That is great. Unfortunately, I hate to have to be the one to tell everybody this, but we did, because of last-minute roster issues, Bar Esports did have to forfeit the Grand Finals match. Unfortunately, this is absolutely gutting to us because we were really excited to watch that match. But so congratulations to Miami Redhawks. You're walking away with the official first title of LSS Grand Champion. So great job on that. So moving on to some more exciting news, you might have heard Diddy kind of teasing this a little bit earlier, calling this Season 1 of LSS. We would like to officially announce a Season 2 of LSS. That will be starting soon. We'll go into more detail with that later. But just know that we are actually trying to bring in 12 teams this time instead of 8. So we will be inviting 4 teams back from Season 1. We will have 4 weeks of qualifiers. We will have 2 weeks of round robin play to seed the teams, and then we will also have 2 weeks of last chance qualifiers. So that will officially kind of all happen, and then Season 2 of LSS will start. So be on the lookout for more information on that. We actually can go into more detail with that next week on our LSS Wrap Party podcast. So Halloween Saturday, next week at 11 a.m., we will be right here on stream, just kind of chatting about LSS, looking back on Season 1, and talking about the future of the series and what we hope to see. So I hope you guys will all come and join us for that. And lastly, from everybody here at One Life to Play and the LSS, we'd like to thank you guys for coming back every week and just supporting us, engaging with us. Your support means a lot to us, and we really appreciate it. So between now and Season 2 starting, if you want to keep up with any other One Life to Play, just esports events, make sure you find us on Twitter and YouTube at One Life to Play, and you can also visit our website, onelifetoplay.com, for information on everything else that we do here. So on behalf of all of us here at One Life to Play and LSS, thank you. We'll see you next week for the podcast, and then we'll see you back for Season 2.
Throw it out the window. Throw it out the window. I love the draft from Oklahoma University Esports.
If you have us confused, then I guess you can call it a win.
Yeah.
Right?
Not too far. From here, and it looks like this. Cyan finds priority targets. Mike Oxbach finds multiple knockouts. Hot Blossom from Kenny does so much damage, but he has no follow-up. His team is all dead. There's no one there to kill anyone.
Here. Happy birthday, Star Poner. All right, Keck, you ready? Happy birthday. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you got me.
I got you good.
You got me there.
We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we will catch you guys after.
Go too far.
Don't go anywhere.